Hey, Mr. Fikens. Hey, Mr. Reed.
Hey, Mr. Griffin.
I sent y'all driving records over for Kuliak and Moscow.
Very good.
All right, good morning, everyone. 36th District Court is now in session. I am Judge Shannon A. Holmes, and I'm serving today as the presiding judge. You should be in this courtroom because you are a part of our specialty court. I do see some other individuals who have joined us, and so I want to make sure you're in the right place at the right time. I need you to call in and to the office or into the courtroom and check in with the clerk this morning so we can make sure that we're all good and what I need to do in order to go forward with your matter. The office number is 313-965-2280, and that number does appear in the chat. So please call. Miss Jack is filling in for me this morning. And so let her know who you're here on. Miss Jackie, let me know who's who. All right, wonderful. And good morning to everyone that's physically in the courtroom on this morning. And we are ready to get started. I'm going to start first by having the attorneys place your appearance on the record, please.
Thank you, Judge, and good morning. For the record, Jesse Reed, Drug Court, Vet Court Defense Attorney, P 23863. Judge, if I may, I'd like to make a motion, a continuing motion, that my appearance be for all my clients this morning. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Reed, and good morning to you. Mr. Fikens, there you are. Good morning, Mr. Fikens. I didn't see you on my screen.
I was hiding, Judge. Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Fikens, P 31894, Drug Treatment Court Defense Attorney. I too would make a similar motion.
All right, good morning, Mr. Fikens, and your motion is granted. Before I get started, I'll have the case managers as well. My apologies. Mr. Griffin, you are at the top of the screen, your appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Brian Griffin, Sobriety Court Case Manager on behalf of the Probation Department.
All right, good morning, Mr. Griffin. And then Mr. Yancey.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kenneth Yancey on behalf of Sobriety Court, Your Honor.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Yancey.
Good morning.
There's some things you need to circle back to me on today.
I've been a good case manager, Your Honor.
All right. Miss Cleveland is physically in the courtroom. Miss Cleveland, your appearance.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Toshi Cleveland, case manager for specialty court.
All right, thank you, and good morning, Miss Cleveland. With that, are there any preliminary matters that I need to address at this time from the specialty court staff? Mr. Reed, Mr. Fikens?
None, Your Honor.
Not at this time,
None?
Judge.
All right, very good. Then we are going to get started. Thank you to everyone for getting in on time. Let's get started. I'm starting off this morning with Lamar Irby. Mr. Irby, if you could unmute for me, please. Good morning, Mr. Irby.
Good morning.
All right. You don't look like you getting ready to go to no interview to me. You going to an interview this morning?
No, well, it's a Zoom interview. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You still have to put on your best, right?
I'll definitely be changing clothes. That's for sure.
Oh, all right. I'm just checking in. All right, Mr. Irby. Good morning. Let me place your case number on the record. 210-444-2601. State your full name for me, please.
Lamar Andre Irby.
All right, Mr. Irby. I'm excited about your interview today. I hope that you do very well and that you get the outcome that you're expecting or that you desire, okay?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Me too.
All right. How are you doing with working your program, Mr. Irby?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm attending all of my, I attend AA 3 times a week. I'm testing for once a week, and then I also have an alcohol tether. Everything has been positive. I'm seeing my therapist, continuing to see my therapist, and just doing working it out and doing what I need to do.
So, and I'm really happy to hear that you're doing everything that you're supposed to do. I heard you say you're testing only once a week. That shouldn't be. Mr. Yancey, wait, who has Mr. Irby? Mr. Yancey, what's going on with his testing?
I did contact the testing agency. He'll be testing twice a week. It's an agency I haven't had that much contact with, but I have contacted them, APAC. So he'll be testing. He'll be doing screenings for us twice a week, and he is on an alcohol tether. I think you can hear me.
All right. Yes, I can hear you, but there's
okay.
some other background noise. I'm not certain if it's coming from you.
Okay.
Please mute your devices until your case is called. Thank you so much. And if you're going to be moving around a lot, I need you to mute your device. Thank you so much. All right. And so that's fine, Mr. Yancey. Let's make sure, reach out to the testing agency. It has to be a minimum of 2 times per week, and it has to be random. And so, Mr. Irby, you're going to notice a change in your testing schedule. Just make sure you're calling every day. And if your color drops, get up and go, okay?
Yes, no problem. I actually was I was actually testing 3 times a week prior to maybe the last time we talked, maybe a week before that, the last session we had. Yeah, I was testing 3 times a week, and the other court decreased my testing to once because I've been in the program for a while and I've never had a positive test. So that's why the judge decreased it to once a week for the other court.
Right, but that may be that judge, but I have to deal with the terms and conditions of the program that I'm responsible for administering. So, and the requirements are a minimum of 2 times per week. That's the standard, okay?
No problem. No problem at all. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Mr. Yancey will get it straightened out for us today, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. And you're doing well with that alcohol tether?
Yes, yeah.
All right, very good. How long have you been on it?
Just since December.
Since December, okay.
Yes.
And is it the other court that's requiring you to stay on the alcohol tether?
Yes, the other court put me on a tether. Yeah, and actually, I have another hearing next week.
All right, very good, very good. And so, Mr. Irby, you're working the program. What are your thoughts about the program so far? You're still pretty new to us.
Yeah, it seems fine. You know, I'm familiar with these types of programs, and I've heard some very good feedback regarding your program from the actual organization that I test with. Some of the lady who runs it, I guess, is familiar with your court, and she really admires you and how you handle your court. So right now, I have nothing but good things to say and good feelings about it.
All right, very good, very good. And so you do understand that we're here to help you. You understand that we want you to succeed, right?
Yes, I sure do.
Absolutely. So if you need anything, you have to reach out and let us know what's going on, okay?
Definitely, thank you.
All right, is there anything you're struggling with right now with respect to the program?
No, I'm fine. Nothing at all.
All right, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I said I'm fine, nothing at all. Oh, no, I said I'm fine, nothing at all. Yeah.
All right, very good. I want to make sure I use this time. This is for the entire courtroom. When I ask questions about, is there anything you're struggling with, understand that even if you're going through something and you don't want it streamed live on YouTube, then you can ask to go into a breakout room or to speak with me, and it's not recorded, it's not aired live. Or you can reach out to your case manager and let your case manager know what's going on so that we can come together as a team, because we do work as a team to resolve your issue. What I'm starting to see, and this is for the whole courtroom, not just Mr. Irby. What I'm starting to see is that people will tell me they're not, no issues, no struggles, no problems. And then when something happens, there's a positive screen, or they're not doing something they're supposed to do, then they come in and they give me a whole laundry list of all of these things that have been happening in their lives forever. And so you have to understand that I don't take very well to that, because every single hearing, I open the door and say, is there anything you're struggling with? Anything you're having difficulties with? The case managers, they are reaching out to you. They've made themselves available to you. So we want to make sure that you're utilizing all the resources that are available to you before the bottom drops out, so that we can hopefully maintain and not have the bottom drop out. So I want to make sure the whole courtroom understands that, because folks who do that, the outcomes are not real good for them. Can't come in after a violation and tell me everything that's been happening for a month, and I've been seeing you all month, and you're telling me, oh, everything's wonderful and great and fine and perfect and I'm incredible. It doesn't work well for me. So, Mr. Irby, that was not just for you, that was for the whole courtroom, especially on the heels of yesterday, where we spent about an hour and a half troubleshooting for someone who did exactly what I just described. And so I just want to make sure everybody knows that that's available to them. And so with that, Mr. Yancey, I'll have you report out on Mr. Irby.
Yes, Your Honor. I've had a lot of contact with Mr. Irby in this short period of time. He seems to be adjusting to our program. He is in outpatient treatment. I'm just waiting for for them to send me some paperwork. He is screening. Kind of the mix-up is when I was first checking his screenings, he was screening 3 times a week. So I figured that was fine, and then they dropped it all of a sudden. So I'll get it back to exactly where it should be. Those screenings have been negative, and he happens to be going to AA 3 times a week, and he's on the alcohol tether. So, I think he's sobriety wise, he is in pretty good shape. We're wishing him well on what happens today after court. And so far, so good for Mr. Irby, Your Honor.
All right, very good. Ms. Yancey, I think all that noise is coming from you.
That's not good.
Maybe your microphone is rubbing up against something.
Okay.
Yes. All right, very good, very good. All right, if nothing else, Mr. Irby, do you have any questions for the team this morning?
No, I don't. Thank you.
No questions? All right. Anything from any of the other team members asked to Mr. Irby?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Congratulations, sir. Good report. I know you're new to the program. Don't get overwhelmed. If you have questions, if you have problems, stay in touch with Mr. Yancey. Keep up the good work, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. With that, Mr. Yancey, what's next for Mr. Irby?
Your Honor, he'll have another Zoom hearing on March 17th at 8:35.
Yes, sir. All right. Wonderful. Did you get that, Mr. Irby?
Yes.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Take good care of yourself and do well. Do very well.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. Ms. Wilson, thank you for the message about APA Peterson. APA Peterson, good morning to you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. You are here on Sherion Williams. The jail has not joined us, and it's my understanding that Ms. Williams is going to be brought over on this morning for processing to try to get her into the appropriate environment, to get her some help while we're working with the court with respect to permanent placement as well as a guardian. And so they have not arrived. I just want to let you know, if you'd like, you can call the courtroom and give your contact number to the clerk. And when Ms. Williams arrives, or I'm ready to go on the record with Ms. Williams, we can call you and have you dial in instead of having you sit all morning.
That would be lovely because I have a 9 o'clock too that I need to run off to. So I'll do that right now. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. And the courtroom number is in the chat.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Mhm.
And good morning to you, Mr. Lewis. Good morning, good morning. Thank you for working with us today. All right. Okay, I am ready now. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, if you could unmute, please. It's so hot in here. Oh my God.
Hello,
1 second. Good morning to you, sir. How are you this morning?
I'm doing fine. And you?
I'll do fine in just a minute. My paper's blowing all over the place. It's smoking in this courtroom this morning, Mr. Young. It's so hot. Oh my goodness, I don't know what they're doing. All right, here we go. Here we go. I'm ready for you. I have case number 200-449-3901. Mr. Young, state your full name for me.
James Young.
All right, Mr. Young, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing fine. I can't complain.
All right, you working your program, Mr. Young?
Yes, I am.
All right, tell me what you have going on. Tell me what you're doing.
Right now, I'm trying to find another job.
Okay.
When I'm at, it's a coal warehouse. It's like I'm working
It's a coal warehouse.
Yeah, like I'm working in the deep freezer.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yes. Oh my goodness, 10 hours in that. But other than that, everything's going good. It's going good.
All right. Very
Yep.
good. Well, I hope that you're able to find something. Now, you're going to report to that cold deep freezer every day until you find something else, right?
Oh, I got no other choice because Mr. Bill, man, ain't. Hey, Mr. Bill don't
There
want to
you
hear
go.
it.
There you go. Don't want to hear it. Don't
No.
want to hear it.
So don't.
Yes. All right. Very good. Well, I applaud you for doing what you need to do until you can get where you're trying to go. Continue to work hard at it, okay?
Oh,
If
yeah.
something will
Oh,
open
yeah.
up for you. Something
Oh, yeah.
will.
Oh, yes.
All right. And so have you had any challenges since the last time I've seen you?
No. Been staying the course.
None?
None.
All right. All right. Very good. Tell me something you've learned since the last time you've been in court, or if you've learned something.
Other than, like I said, like I told you last time, I've been making good decisions, managing my money right, and getting things done.
Okay, well, let me test that theory. Mr. Griffin, how well is he managing that money? Is he paying his fines and costs?
Your Honor, he paid all costs in full already.
Oh, he really is managing that money well. All right, Mr. Young. I got you. Very good. Very good. All right. Is there anything, Mr. Young, you need us to help you with at this time?
Not at the moment.
All right. Let me hear from Mr. Griffin as to Mr. Young.
Your Honor, as reported, we did get opportunity to stop this case. Mr. Young is doing very well. He's in phase 1 of the program. He's continued to test twice a week. All tests are negative. He's continuing his outpatient treatment, which he should be completing pretty soon. He got his license back. He's employed. So since he's been in the program, he's been with us since November the 23rd of 2021. Haven't had any problems. He's been in compliance with everything. He's also on a global supervision, so no problem with that. He's been checking in as required. So overall, Mr. Young is doing very well, Your Honor. So once we staff this case again, his next court day, I'll probably be having a recommendation for Mr. Young. But as of now, he's in compliance with your order.
All right. Very good. Very good. Mr. Reed, Mr. Fikens, anything as to Mr. Young?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Young, great report. You have a great attitude. You've always had a great attitude. Keep up the good work, and we're proud of you. Be proud of yourself, sir. Thank you.
Yes, and if I might add, Your Honor, Mr. Young, we are very proud of you. You're taking care of your business. You're doing the right things. You're making the right decisions. Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
All right. Very good, Mr. Young. Any questions this morning for the team?
Nope.
No questions? All right. Ms. Griffin, what's next?
Your Honor, Mr. Young will be coming back to see you on March the 17th, 2022, and that would be at 8:35 a.m.
All right, Mr. Young. I will see you in a couple of weeks. Continue to do well. Know that we're here if you need us. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right. You have a good
Wonderful. You too. Thank you. All right. Let's go to Kevin Brown. Mr. Brown, I have case number Z808-2201. Good morning, Mr. Brown. Uh-oh, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can now. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing today?
I'm doing well. Mr. Brown, you got on early this morning.
I always get on early. I always at least get on that.
Yeah. Okay. You just get on early with all the other folks that get on early, but you got on earlier this morning. And now your case is up. How are you doing, Mr. Brown?
I'm all right. How you doing today?
I'm doing well. You've been working your program, Mr. Brown?
Yes, I've been working my program.
All right. Tell me what you've been doing. You know, I want to know.
Well, yesterday I learned that about self-control. Can't be angry all the time, get angry at folks and take it out on people. Take it out on other people, I'm sorry.
That's a good thing to learn. I hope everybody's listening in the courtroom. Self-control. When you get angry about something, you can't just take it out on people, right, Mr. Brown?
Right.
Okay, you're gonna work hard at that?
Yeah. It's one
You
of my top goals right now.
It is. All right, thank you for being honest and sharing that with us. So work at it. And if there's anything that we can do to help or that you can do to help yourself, by all means, do it. Let's do it. Make sure you let Mr. Yancey know if you think that maybe you need to attend a session, an additional session dealing with anger management or conflict resolution, let us know. It'll count towards something. It won't be additional, okay?
Okay.
All right, very good. Have you been having any difficulties with anything?
No, not really. I haven't.
You haven't? No problems with working the program?
No.
All right. Let me hear from, who is Mr. Brown? Is that you, Mr. Yancey?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, tell me about Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown, I'm really pleased with Mr. Brown. When I first talked to him, I think he had some second thoughts about being in our program. And we had some just issues with time management, trying to get all this. I think he was getting overwhelmed. Since then, I think he's shifted a little bit. We've talked about it. I think he's figured out a little rhythm to getting this done. And he's screening. Screenings have been negative. He's at Detroit Recovery Project. He just told you one of the things they addressed and which he's made also a goal. So I'm, I feel good about Mr. Brown. He's early in the program, but he's embraced it a little bit, and I'm just looking forward. Just him embracing it more and getting the most he can get out of our program. It's not so much doing this because he has to. I think he's going to get to the point where he's going to get a lot out of this, and he'll be happy that he's in our program.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Yancey. Anything from any of the other team members as to Mr. Brown?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Good report, Mr. Brown. Keep up the good work. We know it's not easy, but you're working the program, and it's good. You learned something already, and that's self-control and patience. We're proud of you, sir. Be proud of yourself. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, keep up the good work, Mr. Brown. You're doing a great job, and you're on the right track. We're proud of you. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Mr. Brown, do you have any questions for any of the team members?
No, Your Honor.
No questions. All right, you still committed to working the program?
Yes, I am.
And you smiling today. I don't think I've ever seen you smile since you've been with us. Mr. Brown, you are smiling today. You're getting better at this, right? You're getting more comfortable with working it, right?
Yes.
All right, very good. You usually always over there mean mugging me. I'm like, ooh, all right, but you smiling this morning. I'm smiling back at you. Look, we smiling together. All right, Mr. Brown. Have a good day. Good to see you. Mr. Yancey, did you give me a return to court date for Mr. Brown?
Your Honor, I did not. We want to have him come back on March 17th of this year at 8:35. And I also want to applaud Mr. Brown because he's in a more lighted environment. We can see better. So we appreciate that.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Have a good day and continue to do well.
All right, thank you.
All right. I am going to do a couple of things. Miss Cleveland, are you still in the courtroom? I know that we have providers on for Miss Hoffman. I would like you, good morning, Miss Hoffman. Good morning to you. Good morning. All right. I don't know who's sitting in the front. Why is Mr. Rice back in my courtroom? He done made Miss Robs the judge. All right. She's on her way down. All right, Mr. Rice. Good morning to you. I didn't recognize you. All right. We'll talk about it later. I need Miss Cleveland to set Miss Hoffman up in the conference room so that she has an opportunity to talk with one of the attorneys. Unless you're bringing your own attorney today. Are you bringing your own attorney today? Okay, wonderful. Ms. Hoffman has her own representation today, and so we'll wait for her attorney to come on. Good morning to the staff from the Guidance Center. And so I need a prosecutor also for Ms. Hoffman's matter on this morning. All right, thank you. So as soon as you need to let your attorney know, we need him to come on. Yes, you may. Give me 1 second, please. Mr. Parmenter, you are up next. Yes, and so you need to reach out to him because he is the one I was speaking when they went to the Good morning. Yes, come on. Hurry up.
Mr. Reed, Mr. Fikens, I just
Yes.
sent over the driving records. I forgot to send them over. I had scanned them and then send them, so I just sent them.
Thank you.
Okay, I need, can we call the jail, get somebody to call the jail? Officer Lott, can you call the jail and see if they are bringing Sherry on Williams over? She's supposed to physically come over. If we are too, yes, because we're trying to get a placement today, right? Right, right. And so, well, yes. Okay, so, right, so I would like to have her dressed out and brought over. If they can't do it. Okay. All right, I am ready on Mr. Parmenter. Good morning, Mr. Parmenter.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm well. How are you today?
I'm doing good.
Very good. I have the following for you. I have case number 200454651. State your name for the record.
Jacob Douglas Parmenter.
All right, Mr. Parmenter, tell me what's been going on with you. Why are you in the dark this morning?
In the dark? Oh, I'm right
Yes.
by the window shades. Maybe it's messing with the, hold on.
Yes, that's better. Now I can see you. All right.
Right by the light. Maybe it's messing with the camera.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
There we go.
Now I can see you. Tell me what you've been doing. What's going on with you?
So still working the program with the screenings twice a week, with therapy. I joined an additional support group because
Okay.
I don't know, I think everybody responds differently to different methods and modalities and whatnot. So I tried something different, which has been nice. I experienced a stress reaction that I've never experienced. Like, I was in bed for a day. I've never been hit that hard by stress. I got a medical bill with so many numbers that if you had reversed it and wrote it as a check to me, I would not have to work for several months. It was my heart's beating.
Oh my goodness.
Like from a while ago, and they were sending it to my, even though my current address is on record with the post office, they're sending it to my previous, to my parents, to everywhere but me. So it had been sitting for a while. So now I'm calling two different insurance companies trying to figure out who's supposed to take care of what and how much. And in the meantime, I'm paying on it because I don't want it to, fall into collections while they figure it out. But man, I opened that letter, I about fainted. I said, what? I couldn't believe it. So I think there's an issue. I think it just has to do with the timing of insurance. Not to get into all of it. I don't think it's actually that much, and neither does my insurance company. But to see that many numbers in, I go, what? Things like this.
Right.
So, and then
I wish they would have done their due diligence before they sent it to you, because that can be very alarming. I'm so sorry to hear that you were in the bed for a day from the stress of it, but it looks like you got back up and you've rolled up your sleeves and you're doing something about it, right?
Right. It was the reason it hit me so hard was because, and this goes into the whole thing. January, February are the slowest months of the year. Like you better have money put away slowest months of the year at my job. And so it was during that. And so I was like, man, this is not the right time. And then, so to segue, my therapist was telling me that she thinks I've been stressed for a very, very long time. And just because I was meeting my daily responsibilities doesn't mean I would like, in my head, it was if I get everything done and every time, every day, that'll mitigate stress. But stress mitigation is separate. I'm just doing what you got to do. And I had that messed up. So I didn't even realize it. Like I thought I was fine. And then people that I've known for years that I work with started asking me like 2 months ago, like, are you all right? Are you all right? I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm fine. And I guess I wasn't. And then all this stuff. And then I opened that bill. About knocked me down because I didn't have a way to pay for it, you know? But so that's why I joined a different support group. And then my therapist is trying to get me to implement daily things as far as stress management go. So it was, and then that was a shock in itself because I thought I was handling all this stress fine, not knowing it's right here in my chest. And then, it took me out. It took me out.
Yeah. But listen, Mr. Parmenter, you still sound very optimistic. I am so grateful that your therapist gave you some stress management techniques to utilize. And I hope that you'll use them because stress can do some horrible things to our bodies. It can.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I always think of stress up here, right? But it is, I mean, literally, I could not get out of bed. I tried a couple times. I said, I got to just sleep today. It was nuts. Like I never experienced that before. To where like I got up, I would get dizzy. I would try to go outside. The light was too bright. It was crazy. I didn't know that stress could do that.
Yes. Yes. And if you really look up stress, I'm doing a series with a class that I teach about anxiety and how it, number one, for heart attacks and strokes and things of that nature. And it's amazing what stress can do when we say, oh, I'm stressed, and we just keep moving and keep doing. But we really have to stop and take some time to manage that stress, or it will manifest itself in our health. And a lot of times, most of the time, probably all of the time, I hate to use all, it's not in a good way. It's just not in a good way, right? So I'm glad you're working it, Mr. Parmenter. I'm glad you're working it. And so let us know if there's anything that we can do to help out. By all means, let us know, okay? I mean, we can't pay the medical bill, but we might be able to tell you some pointers on writing a hardship letter or something like that. Okay, let me be clear.
They'll send it over to the car if y'all want to just, no.
No, we don't have it like that. I wish we did. I wish we did. I wish we lived in a country where we didn't have to worry about healthcare costs like they do in some other countries. And so, All right. No issues with working your program?
Not with the program, no. Program's perfect.
All right. Very good. Nothing you need us to help you with or that we can do to lighten the load for you?
I did wonder if you could put me, when we're done, in a breakout room with one of the attorneys. Nothing bad. I just have a question that I don't want to ask in open court.
All right. Very good. Then we'll make sure that we do that. All right. Thank you for reaching out. We'll make sure we put you in that breakout room. All right. Mr. Yancey, what do you have with respect to Mr. Parmenter? Anything to report?
Your Honor, Mr. Parmenter, he's still working the program. He's still doing well in that regards. His screenings have been negative. I applaud Mr. Parmenter. A lot of people, when they would have reached that level of stress, they might have decided for a couple of days to just put our requirements down. He dug in deeper with things. So that's kind of how you do it. And he reached out to a different therapist just to get a different point of view. So Mr. Prime Minister, he's doing it big right now. We appreciate that. We're believing that that bill is going to correct itself, and
Yes.
you won't. Nothing will be due from you. We're believing that. And I have some good news I'll share with you no later than tomorrow about your restricted license. So all is well with Mr. Prime Minister, Your Honor.
Wonderful. All right, very good. Make sure you share that good news with me too. I like good news, especially on Fridays. All right, especially on Fridays.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ficus, anything asked to Mr. Parmenter?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Good report, Mr. Parment. Life can be stressful, especially the last 2 years with the pandemic. You're not alone, but keep up the good work. We're proud of what you're doing. Be proud of yourself, but just remember, you're not alone out there. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Judge.
All right. All right. Mr. Ficus, were you getting ready to say something?
Only that I'll go into the breakout room with Mr. Parmenter, Judge, but he is doing a good job.
All right, very good. Before you go to that breakout room, Mr. Parmenter, if you don't have any questions, I am going to have Mr. Yancey give me a return to court date, and then you'll get an invitation to go to a breakout room with Mr. Ficus. No questions?
Nope, no more questions.
All right, good to see you, sir. You're doing well. Keep up the great work that you're doing, okay?
Your Honor,
Thank you very
Mr. Parmenter, he's going to have a March 24th face-to-face with me at 10:35.
All right, and that will be on my docket as a review.
Yes.
All right, very good. If nothing else, take care of Mr. Parmenter and Ms. Wilson. You can send them to the breakout room. Let me know when I can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to have the interpreter. Wait, I have to wait until she tells me to proceed. Give me 1 second.
I'm ready, Your Honor.
All right, very good. All right. Good morning, Mr. Grunbaum. I'm going to have you unmute and I'm going to swear you in at this time. I'm ready to do your cases. Thank you for your patience this morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you will interpret the words as spoken by the parties on today, that you will do so completely and accurately without any additions or deletions, so help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please state your name as well as your qualifications.
My name is Victor Grunbaum. I am a registered interpreter with the state of Michigan for Ukrainian, Russian.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grunbaum, and good morning to you again.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. We are going to start off with Mr. Kudliak.
Mr. Kudliak.
Mr. Kudliak, if you could unmute for me, please.
Включите микрофон.
I have case number 200211 FD. Mr. Kudliak, please state your full name.
Номер дела 2002111FD. Мистер Кудляк, скажите, пожалуйста, свое имя.
Павло Кудляк.
Thank you and good morning to you, sir.
Доброе утро.
Доброго ранку, Ваша честь.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Kudliak, how have you been doing since the last time I've seen you?
Мистер Кудляк, как у вас дела с последнего раза, что мы виделись?
С последнего раза лично у меня все хорошо. Соблюдаю программу, делаю 2 раза в неделю тесты, работаю своим канцлером, доктором или как там, терапевтом. Ну, пока что все хорошо.
Personally, everything is fine with me. I'm working my program. I test twice a week. I work with my counselor and my therapist.
Wonderful. And do you find those services that you're utilizing to be beneficial to you? And if so, how?
Вы думаете, что эти программы вам помогают? Если да, то как они вам помогают?
Вы знаете, я рад, что я попал сейчас на эти программы, потому что то, что сейчас происходит у меня в стране, это очень огромный стресс для меня.
I am very glad that I am in this program because what's going on in my country right now, it's a very big stress for me.
И я рад, что я могу поговорить с профессионалом, потому что у меня родня осталась там, мой брат остался с семьей, и я рад, что у меня есть сейчас вот терапевт, что я могу поговорить с ним.
And I'm very glad that I can speak with a professional about what's going on, since I have family over there, my brother and his family, and I'm glad that I have a therapist I can reach out to.
I am so glad that you are in this program, Mr. Kuliak, and just know that your family, that they're in our hearts and our prayers, and we are hoping for the best. We really are.
Я очень рада, что вы в этой программе. Я хочу, чтобы вы знали, что мы молимся за благополучие вашей семьи, чтобы все было у них хорошо.
Дякую, Ваша честь.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
And if there is anything that we can provide by way of additional services, by all means, please let Mr. Griffin know so that we can connect you with those resources.
Если мы вам можем помочь еще с какими-то другими сервисами, то, пожалуйста, обязательно скажите мистеру Гриффину.
Да, спасибо, Ваша честь. Я с мистером Гриффином постоянно на связи, так что спасибо, Ваша честь.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I am constantly in contact with Mr. Griffin. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Let me hear from Mr. Griffin at this time.
Mr. Griffin, от вас.
Okay, Your Honor, like Mr. Kuliak stated, he's doing very well. He's testing twice a week.
У мистера Кудляка все в порядке, он тестируется 2 раза в неделю.
He is in counseling, new life counseling. He's very excited about that. So I got a one updated progress report, and so I'll be getting every 2 weeks bi-weekly reports of how his progress is going in treatment.
Он сейчас разговаривает с новым каунселером. Я получаю репорт каждые 2 недели, и все вроде бы будет идти нормально.
I know he is going through a stressful time, so I'm glad that he is able to talk to someone about what is going on. You know, that could be a lot of triggers right now. So I'm glad that he, he reaches out to me and as well as his counsel. So that's very good.
Я очень рад, что он может обратиться ко мне за помощью, к своему терапевту. Я знаю, что он проходит через очень тяжелые времена.
And we did get an opportunity to stuff this case briefly.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please? Wait a bit.
I said, Your Honor, we did get an opportunity to staff this case briefly.
У нас была возможность поделиться с этим делом.
And Mr. Kuliak is doing really well. He stabilized in treatment, his testing, so he's adapted to the program.
У него никаких проблем нету, он хорошо работает в программе, тестируется.
He's been with us since September the 17th, 2021.
Он с нами с сентября прошлого года.
He's in a 5-stage program, Your Honor.
Он в 5-стажевой программе.
Yeah, we started in September.
Да, мы начали в сентябре.
So my recommendation today, Your Honor, is to promote Mr. Kuliak to phase 2 of the program.
И у меня рекомендация сегодня, чтобы переставить мистера Кудляка во вторую фазу этой программы.
And Your Honor, I did get the opportunity to take a look at their driving records, and I did send them over to Mr. Fikens and Mr. Reed.
И у меня была возможность посмотреть их водительские рекорды и послать копии обоим адвокатам.
So, but other than that, everything is going well with Mr. Kuliak, Your Honor.
А так вообще все в порядке с мистером Кудляком.
All right, I'd like to hear from if the attorneys have anything they want to add at this time.
Я бы хотел слышать от адвокатов, если они могут или хотят что-то добавить.
Yes, Judge, thank you. No objections to any promotion. I did review the SOS. His license is revoked. he's going to need to go through us for a recommendation for a restricted license.
Я проверил его результаты этих driver's license, и да, у него license отнят, и ему надо будет пройти через нашу программу, чтобы получить рекомендацию от нас.
And Your Honor, I too have no objections to his promotion. I wish him well.
У меня нет никаких проблем, чтобы его перевести во вторую фазу этой программы.
Mr. Griffin, let's get him set up. I know you have the driving record to see his eligibility for the restricted license.
Go ahead.
Давайте попробуем посмотреть, насколько у него есть возможность, чтобы получить restricted водительские права.
Your Honor, he does qualify for the restricted license. I ran that also.
Да, я это проверил, он имеет право получить этот license.
Then let's get him ready to be presented to the Secretary of State for the restricted license.
Тогда давайте подготовимся, чтобы он мог подать заявление в Secretary of State, чтобы получить этот license.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll make sure I have that conversation with Mr. Kuliak and tell him exactly what I need to get that moving forward.
Хорошо, Ваша честь, я поговорю с мистером Кудляком и объясню ему, что ему надо делать для того, чтобы попасть и получить этот license.
Right, I need everyone in the courtroom to join me in congratulating Mr. Kuliak on his promotion to phase 2. Congratulations.
Переводу в вторую фазу этой программы.
Спасибо огромное вам, Ваша честь. Спасибо огромное.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Kuliak, we're going to get you ready. There's some things you need to provide to Mr. Griffin in order to get that restricted license. So make sure you work with him because the ball is now in your court. There are things you have to get done first.
Мы вас подготовим к тому, что вы получили restricted водительские права. И, конечно, сейчас мяч на вашей территории, и вам надо будет сделать определенные вещи, чтобы получить этот license.
Дякую, Ваша честь. Я не підведу. Щиро вам дякую.
Большое, thank you very much. I will not let you down. Thank you again.
All right. What's next for Mr. Kuliak, Mr. Griffin?
Что следующее для мистера Кудляка?
Your Honor, Mr. Kuliak will be coming back for face-to-face on March the 17th, 2022, and that'll be at 10:35 a.m. And then I would set him up. His next court date would be on March the 28th of 2022, and that's when we would need an interpreter. Again, it will be March the 28th. So I'll make sure I communicate that with Ms. Mack.
Mr. Griffin, what time did you say on the 17th you're going to have face-to-face?
That'll be at 10:35 a.m., Mr. Grunbaugh.
And the 28th, the court?
Yeah, that'll be 8:30 a.m. and we'll be requesting you on that date. 8:35, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Кудляк, у вас будет face-to-face с мистером Гриффином 17 числа этого месяца в 10:35, и вам надо будет вернуться в суд 28 числа в 8:30 этого же месяца.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Take care, Mr. Kuliak. Good to see you.
Всего хорошего, мистер Кудляк. Было приятно вас видеть.
Спасибо, Ваша честь. Мне тоже было очень приятно вас видеть. Хорошего вам дня.
It was very nice to see you also, and have a great day.
Thank you. All right. I am going to now call Mr. Moscow's case. And for the interpreter, I do need you to let Mr. Moscow know that he needs to get on very early. So, because this is the last time I'm going to do his case back to back, because there are people that have gotten on before him. But I don't want to hold you up, Mr. Grunbaum. So you need to let him know he needs to get on early.
Thank you very much. Степан, включите микрофон. И судья сказал, что вам надо будет регистрироваться, приходить в программу, то есть подключаться на Zoom как можно раньше, чтобы быстрее вас прослушали.
Я включився в 8:30.
Yeah, I logged in at 8:30, Your Honor.
Okay, well, there was just more people on early. Okay.
Просто
all right, as long as he was on at 8:30.
Більше людей було до вас. Ну, Такі ви там будете до 8:30, то добре.
Окей, добре.
All right. All right, very good. Let me call his case number. I have case number 200-440-8901. Mr. Moscow, state your full name for me.
Ваше діло номер 200448901. Будь ласка, скажіть своє ім'я.
Степан Москаль.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Moscow. How are you doing today?
Добрий ранок, містер Москаль. Як у вас діла?
Добре, сьогодні сонячний день, маю гарний настрій, все чудово. Ну, відносно.
Very good, Your Honor. Today is a very nice sunny day. I'm having a real good disposition.
Very good. I see that you're in a car today as opposed to the office.
Я бачу, що
What's going on with you today?
Я бачу, що ви в машині, в автомобілі, а не в офісі. Що у вас відбувається?
А я тут працюю зараз в Детройті, і я там не можу сидіти, а цей.
I am at work here in Detroit, therefore I cannot be at the office.
Oh, okay. Very good. Well, make sure when you speak with Miss McDonald that you tell her I asked about her. Okay?
Будь ласка, коли ви будете говорити з містером Макдоналд, з вашим адвокатом, передайте, скажіть їй, що я запитала про неї.
Добре, я їй передам меседж.
Yes, I will tell her so.
All right. Mr. Moscow, tell me what you've been doing to work your program.
Містер Москаль, скажіть нам, що ви робите для того, щоб цю програму працювати, робити.
Ну, перш за все, все те саме, якби той самий скеджул. Ходжу 2 рази здавати тести на анонімні алкоголіки в понеділок і ходжу на алкоголотерапію.
Basically the same thing as I was doing before. I'm doing AA meeting, I test 2 times, and I go to therapy.
Wonderful. Are you finding all of those services to still be helpful to you, Mr. Moscow?
Та програма вам допомагає, містер Москаль?
Дуже мені допомагає, і чим раз, тим якби набагато більший спектр підтримки. Тобто одного разу ми говоримо про одні речі, а наступний раз більше тема розвивається, як мені допомогти і як з цього вийти.
With every meeting, it's getting better and better. I'm getting a different perspective every time, and we're talking about different issues and how to help my situation.
Very good. Very good. I'm glad that you're working the program, Mr. Moscow. You're doing everything you're supposed to do. Is there anything that you need the court to help you with?
Дуже добре, що ви продовжуєте працювати над тою програмою, і щось для вас корт може зробити?
Є одне питання, на рахунок драйвер-лайсенсу, коли його можна поновити, щоб подати заявку наприклад, в Secretary of State.
The only question I would probably have to the court is, what is the procedure and when will I be able to obtain my driver's license?
Yeah. All right. And so Mr. Griffin will have some conversation with you about that. And if you have an update, Mr. Griffin, on the status of his license, you may give it at this time.
Mr. Griffin буде з вами розмовляти по тому поводу, і якщо він вам нічого не говорив іще, то він вам скаже і допоможе.
Добре, дякую.
I'm not sure if he has to go through us. I defer to Mr. Reed or Mr. Fight, because I think all he needs to do, Your Honor, is go to the Secretary of State and apply for a license, if I'm not mistaken. That's the way I read it.
Judge,
Я бачу, що містер Москалю потрібно буде піти до Secretary of State і подати заявку на driver's license.
Добре, я зрозумів. Я зроблю це найближчими днями, наскільки буду мати час.
I will do that as soon as possible, as soon as I have some time.
Attorney Reed, were you getting ready to say something?
Yes, Judge. I wanted to thank Mr. Griffin for sending over the SOS. I did review it. His license is not revoked. I don't see that he needs to go through us for a restricted license. I would concur with Mr. Griffin's recommendation. Go to the Secretary of State and apply for your license, sir.
Я провіряв документи, які мені поставив містер Гриффін. Я бачу, що містер Мацкаля driver's license не отобрали, і я з ним согласен, що йому тільки не треба піти до Secretary of State і подати заяву на license.
Okay, Mr. Moscow, did you hear that information?
Містер Мацкаль, ви слышали, що вам інформація?
Так, я чув все дослівно.
Yes, I've heard everything verbatim.
All right, wonderful. All right, Mr. Griffin, is there anything else you need to report out as to Mr. Moscow?
Yeah, Your Honor. Also, Mr. Moscow is stabilized and phase 1 of our program. He's been with us since September 17th of 2021. He's also on the 5-stage program. At this time, we did staff this case, and I would like to recommend Mr. Moscow for promotion to phase 2 at this time, Your Honor.
Містер Мацкаль на нашій програмі вже 7 місяців, і я хотів би предложити, щоб його перевели на другу фазу в цій програмі.
All right. Any objection from any of the other team members?
Якась проблема є проти того, щоб його перевести в другу фазу?
No objection, Judge. Congratulations.
No, Your Honor.
Ну, ніякої проблеми немає. Поздравляю.
Дякую.
All right.
Thank you.
With that, I need everyone in the courtroom to join me in congratulating Mr. Moscow on his promotion to phase 2. Congratulations, Mr. Moscow. Congratulations to you.
Я вас поздравляю.
All right. Congratulations.
Дякую щиро серця.
One more time, thank you very much.
All right. You're very welcome. If nothing else, Mr. Griffin, what's next for Mr. Moscow?
Your Honor, also, I'll be doing a face-to-face with Mr. Moscow on March the 17th, 2022, and that would be at 10:35 a.m. And his next court hearing with you, I'm gonna have it on a Monday. That would be March the 28th at 8:35 a.m. And we're doing it on a Monday due to we'll be in training at the end of the month, Your Honor.
А в слідуючий раз я буду мати розговор з містером Мацкалем 17 числа цього місяцю, 10:35, і потрібно буде прийти в суд 28 числа, то буде понеділок, 8:30.
Добре, дякую, я собі запишу.
Thank you, I will write it down.
All right. Take care, Mr. Moscow, and congratulations to you.
Містер Мацкаль, вас поздравляю. Всього доброго.
Добре, дякую, ваша честь. Дякую вам всім за підтримку. Дуже вам вдячний. Гарного дня вам.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I thank everybody for helping me, and have a great day.
You too. Thank you, sir. All right. Thank you, Mr. Grunbaum. I appreciate your service this morning.
Thank you very much, your judge. Everybody have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Grunbaum. Thanks.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Very good.
Thanks,
All right.
Judge.
The prosecutor, I just got a message. Thank you, Mr. Griffin. I just got a message that the prosecutor is on her way down for Hoffman, but I still don't see the attorney for Ms. Hoffman. Has anyone seen the attorney in the courtroom for Ms. Hoffman? I could be missing something. All right. While the prosecutor is coming down, I am going to go to Mr. Shaw. Mr. Shaw is he's on his work break. Come on, Mr. Shaw, I gave you this time slot, and so I want to get your case done. I have the following for Daniel Shaw, SP 111-501-51. Mr. Shaw, state your full name for the record, please.
Daniel Enrique Shaw, Your Honor.
All right, how are you today, sir?
I'm great.
You're doing great? You're working hard?
Trying not to work hard, but I'm working pretty hard.
There you go. You're working smart. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
All right. Very good. Very good. Mr. Shaw, you have been with us just for a moment, and I want to get some feedback from you today. How are you feeling about the program so far?
Yeah, it's pretty easy. I mean, as long as you're doing the right thing, it's pretty easy. You know, everything's going smoothly. Life is good.
Life is good. All right, very good. Tell me what you're doing to work the program, Mr. Shaw.
Well, maintaining a job, maintaining sobriety, maintaining, you know, having respect for myself and others,
Yes.
obeying the law.
Those
Being
are some
responsible.
wonderful things. I'm sorry?
And being responsible.
All right, very good, very good. Have you been having any challenges that you need us to assist you with?
No, not really.
Okay,
Everything's
very
pretty
good. All right, you've been keeping in touch with Miss Cleveland?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful, wonderful. How are they treating you at Popeye?
Pretty good. I have a good relationship with my with everybody over there. They're really nice. They're really I know they know me. I know them just from going there.
All right. Very good. No issues or concerns to report to the court?
No, not at all.
All right. All right. Let me hear from Miss Cleveland. Miss Cleveland?
Yes, good morning again, Your Honor. Mr. Shaw is doing very, very well in the program, compliant with the court orders. It took a little bit of time, but I did finally get those assessments for him, and based on the assessment, he is in the proper treatment plan, which he is following right now. So he's been attending and everything, it's just that it's taken a little bit of time to do their.
Okay.
Your Honor, he's testing. I gotta ask him, I don't have this in my notes, I have something in my notes. Are you testing 3 times or 2 times a week, Mr.
Mr. Shaw, did you hear the question?
No, I didn't.
Miss Cleveland asked if you're testing 2 or 3 times per week.
2 times per week.
Okay. I had that in my notes to make sure that that was in his current treatment plan as well, because he's been doing very, very well. He has had no positive screens, Your Honor. The other thing is he contacts me all the time to see what's going on. Even though he's not supposed to call or he does call me every week, and it's a joy to talk to him because he's very much embracing his program. And he's also grateful. He just expresses to me all the time that he's involved in this driving force.
All right, very good, very good. Anything from any of the other team members as to Mr. Shaw?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Shaw. Good report. Good to see you. I'm glad to see you at work and enjoying the job. Keep up the good work, sir, and be safe. We're proud of you. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Reed. I appreciate it.
All right. What's next for Mr. Shaw?
Your Honor, I also want to mention that he did make payments towards his account. So he's on track, put together a budget for himself, and he's making payments as planned. So I'm very proud of him about that.
All right, Mr. Shaw, very good. He said he's being responsible.
Yeah.
All right, very good.
Your Honor, he's in phase 2, and he would be seeing for a face-to-face or home phone with me on Friday, March 25th, 2022 at 10:35 a.m. Your Honor.
All right, did you get that, Mr. Shaw?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, March 25th with Miss Cleveland, okay?
Okay.
All right, good to see you. Continue working hard. You're doing a great job, and I'll see you in a few weeks.
Thanks. Thanks, Your Honor. Have a great day.
All right, you too. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay.
All right. I see that the city attorney has come on. Miss Cleveland, has her attorney showed up?
She indicated that he has other court matters he's trying to get into this hospital on. I don't know what those other court obligations are for him. But
So then we're not ready on her.
no.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Ms. Rogers. We should not have had you come on for Ms. Hoffman. And then I'm also going to let the staff from the Guidance Center know that if you could call the office, or Ms. Cleveland has your contact information. When the attorney comes on, instead of having you sit for so long, and my apologies, I should have done this earlier, we will call you when we're ready to proceed with her case, okay? And we'll do it that way. Just knowing that this morning I have to speak for CIT class on this morning, and I'm going to do that. I have to go off-site to do it. It'll be for 15 or 20 minutes, and then I'll be coming back. I'd like to wrap up before I leave to do CIT. That's my plan.
Okay. Judge,
All
I
right.
do just have a brief question for Ms. Hoffman. Is that a drug treatment court defendant?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'll let Ms. Walker know she'll appear on that, and we don't need anyone yet. We're still waiting for her to appear.
We're waiting for her attorney to appear.
For her attorney. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And then
Thank you, Judge.
Miss Rogers, Sherry Ann Williams was on the docket for this morning. Officer Lott, did you find out whether or not they would be bringing her over?
They're supposed to be bringing her over dressed out.
All right, they are going to bring her over dressed out, and we have a plan for her. And so did you let Miss Taylor?
Yes.
Okay, a little short lady.
Yeah,
All right.
I let Ms. Taylor know.
All right, very
I'm gonna
good.
notify her when she actually reaches the building.
Okay.
I'll let Ms. Taylor know.
All right, wonderful. So it sounds like we're gonna get Miss Williams some much needed assistance today.
Oh, I'm
Pursuant to
so
your
happy.
recommendations and staffing.
Thank you. I'm so happy to hear, Judge, and Ms. Taylor worked really hard on that one. This is great.
Yes, we'll keep you posted, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, let's keep moving. I am ready on Mr. Naraki. I don't have a file for you, so I'm just gonna do a sheet today. All right, good morning, Mr. Naraki.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you today?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm doing well, thank you. I'm doing well, thank you, Lord. I have the following for you. I have case number 200-455-4001. State your full name for me.
Christopher Naraki.
All right, Mr. Naraki, you work in your program?
Yeah, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing. Feels good.
Okay. And you're smiling. It feels good to do everything you're supposed to be doing?
Absolutely.
All right. Are you getting the results that you were hoping to get?
Yeah, so far everything's been good.
Okay, wonderful. Anything good that you can share with us that may have happened since the last time I've seen you?
Yeah, one topic we talked about in therapy was practicing brutal honesty in all aspects of life. And that's important because if you're not doing that, you're kind of just going through the motions instead of really changing your behavior. So that kind of stuck with me.
Yes, brutal honesty in all aspects of life.
Yeah.
Yes. Have you been trying to do that, Mr. Naraki?
Yes, I'm working on it.
You working on it? Has it been difficult?
Yeah, at times it has.
Yes,
But
of course.
process.
Of course. It's a process. There you go. Very good. Very good. Have you been having any difficulties with working the program and you want to share something you can share with us?
No, not at this time.
No difficulties?
No, not at this time.
All right. Very good. How's work going, Mr. Naraki?
Busy, staying real busy.
Okay. Very good. Do you notice anything different about yourself since you've been working the program?
Yeah, I think I'm a lot happier. Like I'm starting to have more fun. I've noticed that about myself.
Yes, without the use of substance.
Yeah,
Is that right?
absolutely.
All right, very good. Someone said that I think last week or maybe the week before that they finally realized that they could have fun without the use of any substance. And they had used substance for so long, they didn't realize that that was even possible.
Right.
Yeah, so that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Your family's doing well?
Yeah, everyone's healthy, doing good.
Are they embracing this new, happier you?
Yeah, they love it. They've been super supportive. It feels good.
Very good. I'm glad to hear that. Very glad to hear it. All right. If Mr. Yancey, do you have anything additional to report out as to Mr. Naraki?
Your Honor, that's not too much additional. He's going to treatment as ordered. His screenings have been good. He was going to meetings, some NA meetings prior to getting into treatment. So he's doing pretty good right now. Only thing I would ask is the next time he goes to treatment, could you ask them to email me a progress report?
Yeah, sure.
And I'll make sure you have all my information. But other than that, he's doing well. And he was seeing a recovery coach prior to getting in treatment. So he kind of hit the ground running. We appreciate that. And he's doing well right now.
All right. Very good. Anything from any of the other team members as to Mr. Naraki?
Yes, Judge. Keep up the good work, sir. Your work in the program, good report. And I see that you're a Penn State fan. I guess that's okay. Keep up the good work.
We guess that's okay, right, Mr. Reed?
Yes, yes. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Mr. Naraki, do you have any questions for the team?
No, ma'am.
No questions? All right, Mr. Yancey, what's next?
Your Honor, we want to have Mr. Naraki come back on March 17th of this year at 8:35, Your Honor.
All right, very good. If nothing else, Mr. Naraki, I want you to enjoy the rest of your day. You're doing well. Keep up the great work that you're doing, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks, okay?
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, you too, take care. All right, I am ready on Mr. Wartell. Good morning, Mr. Wartell.
Good morning, Judge. How are you doing this morning?
I am doing well. How are you this morning?
I'm doing good.
That's good. Let me place your case number on the record. I have for Mr. Wartell, case number 200-589-1801. State your full name for me.
Garrett Rudolph Wartell.
All right. Mr. Wartell, you look totally different today. What do you have going on over there?
Well, I'm actually over at a family member's house, really close to my house, and I was helping him do some stuff last night, so I stayed over at his house, and I was able to get my setup going over here. And after this, I got to go meet up with my dad and his mother, and we're going to go out to a little lunch and kind of talk about my future in school and some other things that I'm doing. He kind of wanted a progress report from me after like my court date and stuff. So I'm going to go give him that, and then we're going to go surprise his mom.
Well, isn't that wonderful? So you have some wonderful things going on for you right now that you're working. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You want to tell me what they are, or can you share?
Yeah, well, actually, I wrote a little thing that I wanted to share with you and the rest of the court. So if I go ahead and read.
Absolutely. Come on, share it. Wait, let me adjust my fan so I won't self-destruct up here. All right. Come on, I'm ready.
So it says this. Throughout this program, I have learned many things. Most importantly, that to be able to sustain a sober lifestyle, you have to make sacrifices, big and small. And these sacrifices ultimately turn into you being able to make a change in your day-to-day life. As well, you must find ways to keep yourself preoccupied, especially at those pinnacle moments when you need to be stronger than you think you can be. That way, you overcome that day's challenge. And you get to wake up the next knowing that you were actually able to do that. And now that you're able to know that, you're able to stay focused on the end goal, which is not just graduating this program and being off of probation, but not being dragged down, letting that actually control your life. I've been able to do that by, I put some things down, which is keeping myself in some type of routine in my day and my week, setting a weekly goal and achievement for myself, and then rewarding myself if I reach those. And those, like I said in the beginning, it can be big or small, like a sacrifice. So setting yourself up for success in that way, as well as, making sure that I'm staying on top of my NA groups, you know, even if it's with, well, I had one group and it was like all women for some reason. And I was just like, I felt uncomfortable a little bit because I was like, okay, I'm going to let all these other people share. And then I was like, you know, I was my time to talk, but I didn't say much. But it made me think, and I'm just like, okay, well, I can focus on listening and hearing what other people have to say that are going through the same things. But, you know, I mean, it's just a little different. Then I said, I went a little off what I wrote, but then I said, you know, those are just 3 things that I like to do to stay focused on the mission. And I said, I will say it's not easy, but once you're able to see some light at the end of the tunnel, it starts to feel rewarding. And that feeling of, you know, reward is a lot better than just getting high. And so I wrote that around, and there's been some, you know, good communication with probation officer Nancy, as well as, you know, staying up to date on my testing and, you know, going to meetings and sticking with my therapy. But I will say, like I said, it is difficult. You know, you do get those days where you do feel deterred and you don't want to get up and go to work, or you don't want to stick to that routine that you're making for yourself. And those are the times that you got to kick yourself in the butt and say, it's time to go do that. Because when I'm out of this program, I'm not going to have the full support of what's going on right now. And I need to set myself up so that, you know, I won't fall back into old ways, which is the main goal.
That's right. Very good. That consistency, that routine, that discipline, that sacrifice that you talked about, that's going to be so important while you're with us. And what our hopes are is that when you leave us, you'll still have that same regimen so that you don't drift off and get off track. So, Mr. Wartell, you are doing a great job. Tell me about school. Did you last time we talked, you said you were thinking about going back?
Yeah, so it's actually a program through Central Michigan University that they have. And so it's like a off-site thing for people that more so just have like a diploma and they want to get more into a trade. And so I'm with like the farming. And so we're learning a lot about communicating with different people in the industry and more so getting yourself prepared to like be working with other individuals in the industry. And they're trying to get us to, you know, kind of pay them more money because this is a free program. But I figured it'd be a good foot in the door, and my dad did too, to, you know, actually going into a different school and to see if I can actually sit down, write a paper on some things and see if this is the right path that I want to be on, rather than just jumping into something. You know, it's taking baby steps to learning and to getting back in that flow from when I was in high school to where I am now, because obviously there's been a big gap between that, and to just hop into some schooling could be very difficult in the fact of like writing papers and being on top of yourself for that, and especially just, you know, also being in the program and a lot of stressors that could add to that. So that's why we pushed that off to down the road, tried to wean into some type of education.
Well, that's a good idea. I think that's a great strategy. And what I will tell you, because you are not using substance, everything that you thought would be a challenge is going to be a lot less of a challenge, because your mind is clear and free of any substance. And so I'm very proud of you, Mr. Wartell. I am extremely proud of you. All right. Where's Miss Chupak this morning?
She's not here today. I think she's doing a couple other things. And my other attorney, Jordan, or I guess they work together, but they're doing their own thing. I spoke with them last night and they send their apologies, but they will be here next time.
All right. Just let her know I asked about her. She's always so encouraging. So make sure you let her know I asked. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Let me hear from Mr. Yancey. Ask to Mr. Wartell.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Wartell. he's doing pretty well. He has a mission. One of his missions is sobriety through our program, getting through his intensive treatment, his screenings, and his meetings. And he has we've talked about not letting and Your Honor, you use the word regimen. And we talked about not letting his regimen seem routine, seem boring. So, you can have a regimen, but it not seem robotic. And, he talks about how this is not that easy, but he's trying to do it. And he knows if he can do this in his youth, this can carry on throughout his life. So he is in compliance and he's doing well, Your Honor. He has a good disposition regarding how to attack this, and he's doing well.
All right, very good. Anything from any of the other team members as to Mr. Wortel?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Congratulations, sir. Your work in the program, good report. One of our goals is for you to have a better life. And you said you were having lunch today with your father to talk about your future, and that's great. That's good. Keep up the good work, sir, and be safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
All right. If nothing else, Mr. Yancey, what's next for Mr. Wortel?
Your Honor, he's in phase 2 of our 3-phase program. He's also going to have a March 24th face-to-face with me at 10:35. And we also want to commend him. Since he's been in our program, he's connected with more family members than he ever has.
Yes, yes. That's a wonderful thing, Mr. Wortel. It is. Family reunification, healthy relationships, that's a good thing. You said he's in phase 2, Mr. Yancey?
Yes. Of our 3-phase program.
Okay, wonderful. All right, if no questions, Mr. Wortel, I'll see you in a couple of weeks, but we're here if you need us, okay?
Yes, Judge. Thank you very much. And I will say,
all right, thank you.
All right.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I was just saying thank you, Judge.
All right, take care and be safe. Enjoy your father and your grandmother.
I will.
All right, very good, very good. All right, with that, I am going to go to Miss Goldsmith is up next. Mr. Muhammad, why you keep coming to my courtroom late?
I saw it was 8 o'clock in my calendar, but I checked and I thought it was 10 o'clock. So I thought I was early, actually.
Now, when have you heard me
I know
schedule somebody for some 10 o'clock proceeding? When?
I know it's my fault. I should check my calendar.
Yeah. All right.
Sorry about
All
that.
right. Okay. Let's see. I have Miss Goldsmith, and I need to take just a quick moment. I'll do Miss Goldsmith first. Oh, I'm sorry. Nope. Levon Wilson is next. I'm sorry. I need Mr. Levon Wilson to get in some light, though, because he's been scaring me the whole morning of court. He's been in the dark with a mask on. Where's Mr. Wilson?
I'm at a dentist's office.
You're at the dentist office?
I'm at a dentist.
And it's dark? The dentist office is working on your mouth in the dark? You're both on mute, Mr. Griffin, Mr.
I'm
Wilson.
mute. Oh, I'm not. I'm at a dentist appointment. I'm not in the back yet.
Okay, but I need you to get in some light, sir. I can't do your hearing in the dark. Okay, you're slowing down my docket. Let him get his light together. I'm gonna go to Miss Robinson. Get your lighting together, Mr. Wilson. It's too dark. I can't see you.
I don't know what I could do.
I don't know what you can do either. I can't believe they have you in the dark at the dentist's office. Can she get some water, officer? And the young Miss Williams. All right. Mr. Griffin, Mr. Wilson has to be in the light, or I'm gonna have to reschedule him because I'm not gonna do his. I can't. We're recording, so I have to know that it's him. We can't see you.
If you can
I don't
come
know
back,
what it is. All right.
come back tomorrow.
Yeah, can you come on tomorrow, Mr. Wilson, and have some better lighting?
It would probably be on break at work.
What time you?
Mr. Griffin, I don't know his voice well enough to know that that's him. Can you attest that it is your client?
Yeah, Your Honor, I see his face and everything, so I recognize him.
I'm about to say I'll come back tomorrow, but I'm in the dentist's office, so I got to keep my mask up and stuff.
Right, I understand. No, your camera is dark. Let me just call it. We wasted too much time. Z8070501. Mr. Wilson, state your full name for me, please.
Levon Wilson.
All right, Mr. Wilson, how are you doing today? If you are really Mr. Wilson, how are you doing today, Mr. Wilson?
I'm all right under the circumstances. I'm okay.
What's the circumstances? Are you able to share them?
I just got a toothache. I don't know if I need a filling or a tooth pulled or something, but I've been in pain the last couple of days, so I had to come get it took care of.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope they're able to take care of it and
Yeah,
that you'll get some relief, okay?
I definitely do too. Ain't nothing. This unbearable.
Okay. All right. Mr. Wilson, give me 1 second. Attorney Benoit, thank you for joining us this morning. Miss Cleveland, can you get her in a breakout room? Does she need to speak? Mr. Benoit, do you need to speak with Ms. Hoffman before we start the proceeding?
Yes, just briefly.
All right. And so if we could, is someone already in there?
I'll notify Ms. Rob.
All right.
I'm leaving out right now, Your Honor.
Oh, Ms. Robbs is on the screen. Okay. All right. Wonderful. Let's make sure we've done the whole COVID safety thing. When Ms. Hoffman gets in there, let's put them in a breakout room. And then Mr. Wilson, I'm going to continue with your hearing because I know you're at the dentist. Mr. Wilson, you work in your program?
Just still testing, steady making my meeting, working every day, and been involved with my family. So everything working the program, and it's steady going good.
It's still going good? Nope.
Yep.
One day at a time?
Yep. I can handle that much more.
All right. Do you have any issues to report today, Mr. Wilson?
Not at the moment. I stay in contact with Mr. Griffin, and if I have a problem, I let him know. Plus, I've been utilizing like the other resources and keeping other people's phone numbers and stuff in case I need to talk to them. So everything's still going good. No complaints here.
All right. I love it. I love it. Wonderful. All right, Mr. Griffin, what do you have for Mr. Wilson? Look, Mr. Wilson's still taking care of business today. He at the dentist and still showed up for court. Come on, Mr. Griffin. You vouched it. That's Mr. Wilson. It better be.
Yeah, that's Mr. Wilson. He's doing, Your Honor. I'm getting his testing. All the tests been negative. I got to get him set up the payments. You should be able to make payments online because your case is not non-public. But if not, I'm gonna reach out to you today. You should just be able to go on the website and put your case number in and make a payment. If not, I'm gonna send you the information where you can mail in a money order to me so we can get these payments down. So get you ready for graduation actually in May. So you may be a part of our big May graduation. So that's something to look forward to. So we just need to get everything taken care of in phase 2. But other than that, you know, he's in compliance with everything, and just keep up the good work, man.
Okay, thank you. And I'm ready for that information because I got the majority of it.
Okay. You tried to go online and pay?
You had never sent me the
okay,
thing,
I'll send you the
the
website.
case number and stuff.
Okay. I'll send it to you today. Okay.
All right. Very good. Well, let's work it. Let's definitely work it. All right. Mr. Wilson, do you have any questions for the team?
Not at the moment. Everything's going swell. Everything's going swell.
All right. Very good. And then Mr. Reed, Mr. Fikens, anything for Mr. Wilson?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Just keep up the good work, Mr. Wilson. We know it's not easy, but you're working the program. Be safe, sir. Thank you.
Okay, you do the same. Thank you.
All right. Very good. Mr. Griffin, what's next?
Your Honor, Mr. Wilson will be, he's in phase 2. He'll be coming back for a face-to-face on March the 24th, 2022, and that would be at 10:35 a.m.
All right, very good. Did you get that, Mr. Wilson?
10:35, March 24th. I got it.
Yep, I'll call you.
With Mr. Griffin, okay?
Okay, I'll talk
right.
to you later, Mr. Griffin.
You take care.
All right, take care.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right.
All right, now I'm ready for you, Miss Goldsmith. I'm ready. I have the following for you. I have case number Z105-654-501. State your full name for the record, Miss Goldsmith.
Portia Goldsmith.
All right, good morning to you.
Good morning.
How are you this morning?
I'm a little tired, but I'm fine.
Why are you tired? Can you share with me why you're tired?
It's been extremely busy at work this week, and my days switched. So I've worked like the last 4 days straight, and then yesterday I stayed over, so I worked a double. I'm just tired. These people got their tax money, so they eating.
Oh my goodness. I wish I could get me some tax money. If you see anybody from the program in there spending tax money on extra food, you let them know Judge Holmes waiting on her money. Okay?
Yes.
You let them
I'm
know.
looking at
You
them.
Judge
I'm
Holmes
like,
waiting on her money.
I'm like, let me file my taxes because y'all is eating.
Yes. Yes. Well, I'm glad to hear you're working more hours and you're still able to work your program, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, very good. How's your daughter doing?
She's doing good, getting bigger. And now everybody keep teasing me because I think we at the point where we only a half an inch apart. So.
You have to let her see you doing push-ups and arm curls. And that's what I used to have to do with my boys once they started, getting where they were getting taller than me. I would let them see me working out and, even though I wasn't doing a whole lot, I just made sure when they saw me so they could know, I don't care how tall, I got you.
I got you. Yes.
There you go. There you go. Miss Goldsmith, have you been having any issues working the program?
No issues.
No issues. Tell me what's been working, what's been the most beneficial to you in the program so far? What's been beneficial to you?
I like the program because especially after what I had to do, the 60 days, it was a great self-reflection for me. So for me, it's been easy because I know where I used to be. So I've gotten back involved in church. And when I can, I've been, especially during the week, trying to make it to Bible study. And it's been helping me stay focused. It was like I got the real and I started turning into a whole nother person based off stress and trying to keep up with other people. So now I really just feel like, okay, you had your moment, you had to sit down, that was your refocus. So it's time for you to get back on the straight path that you was on versus feeling like being trapped in a box. So now I just feel, okay, I can get back to me. I can focus on me. So it's been easy. So thus far, I have not been missing wanting to just drink. I feel like I was in a fog. So now I feel like I'm coming out of it. So that's been a good thing for me. And that's been my motivation. And that's what I was speaking to my counselor about in the program. I was like, I haven't had the urge because my last drink was before I went to jail. And since I went, I have not had the urge to want to at all. And working the program and learning more about it. And with the courses, they give a lot of tips on stress management. And then also with my counselor, if she thinks of anything that may be beneficial to me, because I was telling her I did want to get more in tune with meditation, with helping with me being back in church. So she'll just email me little things if she come across any information. And then I have her information as well as Mr. Griffin, that if I do have any extra questions or need any extra materials, the support system thus far has been great. So I've been fine.
All right, wonderful. Is your family embracing this new you, this new phase in your life?
Yes, and it's everybody's like, "Oh, you're just so upbeat. You haven't missed a beat." And I'm like, honestly, to be happy and to be able to participate in activities, I'm like, I don't have to drink, and I'm like, it doesn't bother me. And I was actually just speaking about that with my best friend mother this weekend. My godson, he turned 16, so he had a sweet 16 birthday party, and we all were sitting down talking about it. And that's when I kept getting teased about my daughter height. But I was like, no, I don't miss it. Like I was explaining to her everything that I was going through. And I was like, if I am around somebody, I'm like, it doesn't bother me at all. Cause I'm like, it's doing nothing but building up my willpower. And I can be as present and participating without having it. So everybody's like, you're still upbeat, you're full of life. I'm like, I'm like that naturally. I'm like, so it's not the fact that I need an enhancer still to participate in anything that's going on. So I was with them this weekend, post the party, having a conversation with everybody. And I was like, honestly, I'm doing fine. It's not bothering me at all.
Yes, I love it. I love it. Ms. Goldsmith, you're doing the work, and I really, really appreciate that you came in spite of, the start that you had in the program, that you decided to work the program, and you're working it well. So congratulations to you. Let me hear from Mr. Griffin. Yes, ma'am, as to Ms. Goldsmith.
Yeah, Ms. Goldsmith is doing fine.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Griffin, before you start, let's call the other parties on Hoffman.
Yeah, I did leave a message with them. They're not answering the phone. The Southgate. So
Okay.
I did contact them. Ms. Walker's outside.
Okay, as soon as they get on, I'll be ready to call Ms. Hoffman. All right, go ahead, Mr. Griffin.
Yeah, like Ms. Goldsmith stated, she's doing very, very young, and she says adapted very well. I did get a progress report from my counselor on yesterday. I'm getting bi-weekly reports saying that she's progressing very well in counseling, so that's good. And I'm glad to hear that she's finding out a lot about herself. That certain people that she don't need, certain to have a good time, or getting to know herself more. So very proud. You could tell that counseling is working. So I just want to encourage her to keep moving forward. She's been with us since December. So probably at our next staffing or whatever, I'll be having a recommendation for Ms. Goldsmith. But other than that, Your Honor, she's on track.
All right, wonderful. Anything from any of the other team members as to Ms. Goldsmith?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Congratulations, Ms. Goldsmith. Good report. I heard you say you're working a lot of hours, but that can be good because you're making a lot of money. Keep up the good work and be safe. Be safe. Thank you, Ms. Goldsmith.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, if I might add, Ms. Goldsmith, you certainly show great insight and great understanding of your situation and those around you. And that always shows that you're going to be successful, not only in this program, but also in life as well. So keep up the great work, man. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Goldsmith, any questions for the team this morning?
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions? All right. Then I am going to get your return to court date.
Your Honor,
Mr. Griffin?
Your Honor, that'll be March the 17th, 2022 at 8:35 a.m.
Okay.
All right. Did you get that, Ms. Goldsmith?
Yes, ma'am. Just wrote it down.
All right. Wonderful. You are all set. Enjoy the rest of your week. And we'll see you in a couple of weeks. If you need us prior to that time, definitely reach out, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. You're very welcome. All right, I believe that we are all set on Hoffman, but she just went to the ladies' room, it looks like. So as soon as she comes back, we'll be ready to proceed. All right, Mr. Muhammad, you dodged that bullet because I sure was gonna make you wait to the very end of my docket today. But come on, I want to make the best use of my time. Mr. Muhammad, I'm ready for you. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Judge.
How are you this morning?
Can't complain. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. You have to give me 1 second. I have to grab some things for you.
No problem.
Mr. Reed.
All right, very good. Let's do it. I'm going to call your case numbers at this time. Case numbers Z8082901, SP 1182247, counts 1 and 2. SP 1182248, counts 1 and 2. State your full name for me, sir.
Kareem Muhammad.
All right, Mr. Muhammad, other than sleeping late and writing down that your court time was at 10 o'clock and coming on for a 10 o'clock court time that didn't exist, how are you doing, sir?
I'm good. No complaints my way.
All right, no complaints. Tell me what you've been doing to work the program.
Same old, just going to see my addiction specialist, doing the drops, staying sober. So same old stuff.
Same old stuff. What do you think that this same old stuff is beneficial to you? Is it helping you at all?
Yeah. I see a lot of good stuff going on in it. Been learning a lot about myself, It's different staying away from certain people, but otherwise it's going good.
Okay, is there anything that you've learned about yourself that you're willing to share or that you can share?
Yeah, so basically, like I told you before, like had to change who I was hanging around and stuff I was doing. So I found new hobbies and my fitness has been getting better and I have a more positive outlook on things. So.
Oh, that's a good thing. And so do you believe that that's directly related to you changing the people and the activities that you were engaging in that brought you to me?
Definitely.
All right, very good. Have you been having any difficulties, any obstacles with respect to working the program?
No, it's been pretty smooth besides last week when we had that snowstorm and I had to go drop, but otherwise it was pretty smooth.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it happens in Michigan, right?
Definitely.
It can happen in Michigan. Is there anything, Mr. Muhammad, that you need us to help you with other than a good alarm clock? What do you need us to help you with?
No, nothing. Everything's going good.
All right, Mr. Yancey, what do you have for me on Mr. Muhammad?
Mr. Muhammad, he's doing pretty good. He's making all his treatment sessions. He's been making his screens. The substance that he thought he couldn't do without before he got in the program, and when I did the intake and we went back and forth, he seems to be doing without it. So
isn't that a miracle? Just a miracle, right?
Yeah, so I don't know, if he's replaced it with something that he can use for pain or different things, but he's been having good screens. So he's been doing good. And we're fastly approaching where I can incorporate some other things that he can be doing with our program, but wanted to solidify where he was. So right now he's doing well. He's in compliance. Certain people I tell, if you ever need a wake-up call, even in general, if you had to come to court, I wouldn't have time for that. I'm willing to do that. So Mr. Muhammad, he's in compliance at this time.
All right, very good. Anything from any of the team members as to Mr. Muhammad?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Mr. Muhammad, good report. Good to see you. You're working the program. Keep up the good work. You're a young man. We want the best for you, and I know you're going to do right in the program. Thank you, sir. Be safe.
Thank you.
All right, very good. If nothing else, what's next for Mr. Muhammad, Mr. Yancey?
Yeah, no, we're going to have him come back in 2 weeks on March 17th at 8:35.
Mr. Muhammad, did you hear that? 8:35. Not
I'm
10
writing
o'clock,
down right now.
8:35. All right, Mr. Yancey. All right, very good. Good to see you, sir. Keep up the good work, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks, okay?
You too. Thank you, Judge.
All right, you're very welcome. All right, a couple of things before I bring Ms. Hoffman, and we need to position ourselves, COVID safety. Good morning, Prosecutor Walker. Let's position ourselves well. I need for that break room to be used for Sherrion Williams to get processed because she has to get transported to an inpatient facility today. And I don't want to do that on the back end of the day. And then we have to send her back to the Wayne County Jail because she has nowhere else to go. Okay,
Wait for Ms. Taylor to come down before we put her back in there.
okay,
Right
so.
now, Ms. Robinson's in there with Mr. Wright.
Right, but if Miss Sherry Ann Williams takes precedent this morning, so Miss Robs may have to come out, and we need to let Miss Taylor, yes, know that we need her to come down. Again, I need to go, I'm going to speak at an event for 11:15, and I am, Miss Robs, you know, I don't usually kick you out, and I know you've been kicked out of better places, but I do need to get her processed. Because I need to get her into her treatment facility because she has nowhere else to go.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you so much. All right, very good. With that, I am ready. The parties are ready on Holly Hoffman. Officer, how are you going to arrange them? I see Miss Walker and Miss Cleveland are in one place. Okay, there's somebody on here, Mario, he's real sleepy. He joined us late. Whose client is that? I don't know if Mario is in the right place. But Mario, I'm gonna need you to call the courthouse at area code 313-965-2280 so we can make sure we get you to the right place because I don't see you on my docket. I don't see you on my docket, but I want to get you to the right place, okay? 313-965-2280 is the number. It'll be in the chat as well. And you're on mute, so I can't hear you. That number is 313-965-2280, sir, okay? Call the number and Mr. Lewis will get you to the right place. Thank you so much. All right. All right, thank you, Miss Wilson. All right, I am ready on Miss Hoffman. I have case number Z8073211. I also have case number Z8081061. Let me start with the people with your appearance.
Shannon Walker, P53794 on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Miss Walker. Good morning to you. And then for Miss Hoffman. No, your attorney first. Let me get him first, Miss Hoffman. I'll get you.
Ron Benor, P59712 on behalf of Ms. Hoffman.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Benor. Thank you for joining us. And then let Ms. Hoffman state your name for the record.
Holly Hoffman.
All right. Thank you so much. And then for probation this morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Toshi Cleveland, case manager for Ms. Holly Hoffman.
All right. Very good. Miss Cleveland, who else? Oh, we also have our providers on this morning. Let me start with Miss Bruce. Place your name and your title and where you're from on the record, please.
I'm Yolanda Bruce. I'm the supervisor at the Guidance Center for the Substance Program.
We can barely hear you, Miss Bruce.
I am the supervisor at the Guidance Center for our substance program.
All right, thank you. And then Miss Farrell.
I am a therapist for Holly Hoffman.
All right, thank you. State your name for the record.
My name is Elma Farrell.
All right, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. And as a matter of fact, Miss Wilson, I'm gonna trouble you because I'm gonna have you do this proceeding in a breakout room. Because there's some information that I'm sure is going to be placed on the record that I don't want on YouTube as far as if it's some private information that may have to be shared with respect to Ms. Hoffman. So I need you to place Mr. Benor, Ms. Bruce, Mr. Farrell, Ms. Farrell, I'm sorry, and then the courtroom into a breakout room.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. I didn't think about that. My apologies. Ms. Wilson, you also have to join us in that breakout room because I do have to have a record. Which breakout room is it?
Breakout room number 3.
Okay, I'll join it, but then you have to send the courtroom. Oh, or can I send them? No, you do it, you do it. Let me stop.
Judge, may I go in the breakout room also?
Yes, if you can still hear me, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Have the invitation.
Ms. Giles, do you have a case with Judge Holmes today? You on mute, unmute.
Mario Rice.
Oh, you Mario Rice, okay.
Do I need to go on YouTube?
Oh, you want to look at his case?
Yeah, I
Yep.
have bring them down.
Okay, yep. You probably need to go on YouTube and view it.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
all right, no problem.
Thanks, man.
Mr. Pikens? You're on mute. I can't hear you.
Is the judge taking a break?
Yes, I think the judge has another engagement. I'm not sure she's back in the courtroom.
I don't think so. Let me call you. I'm gonna put myself on mute.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one to go ahead. He's here yesterday. He didn't show up.
Okay, I'm concerned about that he doesn't have a bond, and you sure it doesn't say a personal bond? Check and see, I have to handle
Hello, Ms. Giles. I can't hear you. I'm mute.
I was on the YouTube. Has Mr. Rice case been called yet?
No, we're not gonna come back until 12:30.
12:30? Okay, thank you.
Okay. All
Thank you, Mr. Griffin.
right, no problem, Ms. Wilson.
Afternoon, Attorney Fikens.
Oh, Ms. Rabs, how are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good, thanks.
Good. Did you see my big long message?
No, I missed it.
Okay, I sent it to you in the chat.
Oh, wait. Oh, I see. Yeah, I talked to him by phone. Maybe I need to go back in a breakout room with him or something.
Yes, please, because
Miss Wilson, is Mario Rice available to go into a breakout room? I know he's in court, right?
yes.
You're talking about Mario Rice?
Yes.
Yeah, he is available, but our breakout room has Ms. Taylor is in there with someone at the moment.
Oh, yeah, right. Well, we'll wait when that opens up. I'll go in the breakout room with him.
Okay, I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Fikens.
Thank you, Ms. Rabs. Ms. Rabs, will you be going to Lansing at the end of this month?
Yes.
Got the judge back. Ms. Rabs, did Mr. Santino show up? Is he scheduled for today?
I believe he did show up.
Oh, he did,
He's
okay.
in the box, I believe.
Oh, he's okay. He's in the courtroom.
I have not had. Yes, yes, you're fine. She still won't do it. she went over on full, but honestly, I don't know how we're gonna get, because, I mean, she can go through and answer the questions, but she's still saying, I don't have a substance abuse problem, and I don't use a publish. So I really can't, I guess I don't know what the results are gonna be, because when they go through and answer the question, she's being honest on her end, and she feels that, she said she's never used drugs, she don't. So this was what she wanted to do. All right, wonderful. Court is back in session. Thank you all for your patience today. We had CIT training today with Detroit Police Department, and I had to keep my word to go and present. We're trying to connect the court and the police department and the community together to help people who have drug issues as well as mental health issues, so that they don't end up in jail or committing some heinous crime, but they can get the help they need here at 36th District Court. So thank you so much for your patience. I am going to recall Holly Hoffman. I think, is Miss Cleveland on right now? She's not. I'll wait till she comes on because I know she's going to the nest, and the nest has already picked her up. Yes. So we want to make sure there's a clear record, Mr. Reed, Mr. Fikens, as well as that she'll reach out to Mr. Benor, the attorney. I am ready on, let me do my 10:30 and then I'll get the people that are in the box. I have scheduled for 10:30 that was supposed to be just a face-to-face, Mr. Yancey. That would be for Joe Adams. And I have case number 120573691. Mr. Yancey, did you do that face-to-face with Mr. Adams?
I did, Your Honor, and Mr. Adams actually has an appointment tomorrow with Team Wellness, which is great.
Wonderful.
Yeah, tomorrow.
All right.
So, and he still continues to screen clean. We have to get some more information from him, but I think that was the big thing we wanted him to get, is that that evaluation. So that's tomorrow. So obviously I'm gonna be getting that, retrieving that as soon as humanly possible.
All right,
so
Mr. Fikens, did we ever get that documentation that I requested from Mr. Adams?
No, Your Honor.
About the birth of his child?
No, I did not, Judge.
No, I'm asking Mr. Yancey.
Oh, I'm
You
sorry.
didn't get it.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. If I said Mr. Fikens,
No,
I'm sorry.
I haven't got that yet. He claims he can get that to me. And it was another thing we were supposed to get from him. So I told him I needed that as soon as possible, but not to miss tomorrow's appointment. So
Okay.
I was
Yeah,
gonna.
I'm starting to believe that anonymous person may have had some truth to what they were saying.
Okay. Okay.
I'm starting to believe that.
I understand. So we can.
Yeah.
I was gonna have Mr. Adams come back to Zoom on March 17th because I don't believe that on March 10th I will have the results of that.
Okay, that's fine. I'll schedule him for a follow-up review for March 17th, 2022 at 8:35 a.m.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. All right, with that, yes.
I believe Mr. Pike wanted to go to a breakout room. with Mr.
Oh,
White.
absolutely. Thank you, officer. You did tell me that. Yes, sir. Ms. Wilson, if you could place the in-person, where did I see it? There was something on there that said in-person. Right, but where did it go? Oh, there's a chair. In-person client and Mr. Fikens, you're going in with Mr.
Yes, Judge. Mr. Rice, did you say, Judge? You cut out.
She went off the screen. Mr. Fikens.
Yeah, I made a mistake with the breakout room. She'll be back. I closed them.
Hey, Miss Wilson.
Hi. She'll be back in about 30 seconds.
Okay. But I can go with Mr. Hill into a breakout room, Ms. Wilson, whenever you're set.
Right, I gotta wait till the breakout room's closed. That's her calling me now.
All right, thank you.
Oh, yes, we got to go on the record because she's going to go back and we'll continue the processing. But here's the thing, did we get an evaluation that says she has some issues?
Ms. Rogers got the current examination.
Right, but did we do a psych evaluation? Can you find, I can't remember, so many. Yeah, I can't remember. All right, I want to find out, because if we didn't, then that's what I'm going to do, Ms. Jasmine. I'm gonna order that. All right, very good. Okay, I'm back. Ms. Wilson, can you place Mr. Rice in in-person clients in the breakout room with Mr. Fikens?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, okay, wonderful. Oh, I didn't even know you were here. Yes, ma'am. I want to put Holly Hoffman on the record. Once Ms. Wilson tell me I can proceed. Ms. Wilson, can I proceed? Oh, she doing something. Never mind.
Okay, I'm ready now. Thank you.
All right. Let's go. I'm gonna call Ms. Hoffman's case, recall Ms. Hoffman's case. I have case numbers Z807321 and Z80810661. This is for Holly Ann Hoffman. Ms. Hoffman was before this court on this morning with her own attorney, Mr. Benor. Also the therapeutic team from, what's the name of the place?
It was Southgate Guidance Center.
Yes, from the Guidance Center. And Ms. Hoffman did have a breakthrough on this morning. Ms. Cleveland has found out that she does in fact qualify to go into inpatient treatment in Wayne County. And it's my understanding that one of our providers have already come to pick her up and to get her started in that treatment on today. So Ms. Cleveland, outstanding job, team, outstanding job. And I'm going to give a return to court date for Ms. Hoffman Or did we give it already? I gave it already, right? You gave it to me. March 18th, 2022 at 8:35 a.m. And that'll be on Zoom. Ms. Cleveland, outstanding job. Been a long time coming.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
But all of our teamwork, that made it work.
It made it work. Teamwork makes it work. You're absolutely right. All right. Thank you, Ms. Cleveland.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I have a couple of other people that I need to call. Ms. Wilson, she's getting some information on Ms. Williams. Let's see. Are we ready on, Mr. Lewis, are you able to check and see if someone has paid their fines and costs? I need to see if Ortega, who's on my docket, if he's paid his fines and costs. And then I'm not sure, Manning and Taylor does not ring a bell for me. I will need to, on the 1035 docket, are those us?
Manning is mine. He's a face-to-face.
Okay.
Which I've already had, and then Mr. Centeno.
Okay, here we go. Let me call those two. Then I just need you to look up Ortega for me.
Okay.
All right. Yes, Ortega on the 1030 docket. I just need to know if he paid. All right, I'm gonna go down to the 1035 docket. I have Javon Manning, Z8080701. Miss Cleveland. For Mr. Manning.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Manning is a face-to-face today, which we've already conducted. He's doing very well, complying with all the court's orders. And he will be returning for a Zoom hearing on March 17th, 2022 at 8:35 a.m. And that's due to his work schedule, Your Honor.
All right, very good. I have it. Wonderful. My last 1035 case is Eric Taylor. Case number 200-452-6701. For Mr. Taylor.
Yes, Your Honor, that's my defendant. We did have a face-to-face this morning for about 20 minutes. He's doing very, very well. And we have a return date of next Thursday, which would be March 10th, 2022 at 8:35.
All right, wonderful. Wonderful. All right, with that, Ms. Jasmine, let me know when you get that information because I'm trying to wrap up everything for the jail before it gets too late. Let's go to, are we ready? Who are we ready on? Oh, I see Miss Alexandra Peterson is on from the AG's office, and I know that's in regards to Sherry Ann Williams. I have to let you know, we've been trying to get her assessed. We had some difficulties earlier this morning where she was indicating during the assessment that she did not need mental health services and she did not have issues with substance. And so she went back into the assessment. Now, Ms. Taylor has informed me that the problem is we can't get an assessor on the line right now. Okay. So we're still trying to get her assessed. In the event that we can't get her assessed today, she is going to return to the Wayne County Jail, and I'm going to bring her back on Monday. Monday is the 14th of March. And that will be, I'm gonna have to put it on the 7th. Where's my man on the 14th? It's the 7th. It's the 7th of March. And that will be at 8:35 a.m. Again, I will ask for the AG's office to call and check in with my clerk. And that way we can have you on call when we're ready to call the case instead of having you or Miss Liddell sit around all morning, okay?
That's fine. Thank you so much.
Some of those things are out of our hands. And one of the things we're checking on is to see if Miss Williams has had a psychiatric evaluation while at the Wayne County Jail. We know she had a competency review, but a competency exam, but we don't know about a psych exam.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. And that was on the following cases: U509-45919, U602-27121, case number 2104-557-301, case number 212-098411 for Sherry Ann Williams. I'm still waiting on information from Ms. Taylor though. All right. Do you have something on Mr. Ortega?
Yeah, he paid $190 and there's a $50 warrant fee.
He has a warrant fee. All right. I'm going to call that case SP 6541. Mr. Ortega has paid the money that was owed on his ticket. There is a warrant fee that's outstanding. I'm going to waive that warrant fee and I'm going to close the matter out.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And so that now leaves me with Mr. Centino, who was on my docket for today. I know we have Ms. Robs, you have Mr. Rice, and I think that's it. And then I'm listening for Ms. Taylor. All right, how are you adjusting for Mr. Centino? If he needs to stay there, officer, I'm fine. You want him to stay in the booth? Because he could just talk really loudly.
Okay, he doesn't need to talk to an attorney?
He's already talked to the attorney, is that correct?
He has not, Your Honor, but my understanding is he asked to come into court because he knows he has a violation and he also wants to make a conviction.
Okay, so there's no need. All right, let's call his case. All right, thank you, Ms. Cleveland. I have case number Z8082541 for Manuel Centino. Mr. Centino, go ahead, follow the officer's directive. I'm gonna stay in my lane, officer, you see me? One second. All right, thank you, officer. Mr. Centino, please state your full name for the record.
Manuel Aaron Centeno.
All right. Here we are again. So, Mr. Centeno, you understand that the problem that you're having is probably bigger than what you thought, right?
Yes.
Okay, and do you want to get help for it?
Yes, I do. I think the system is working well because I have no excuse for what I did. No excuse, zero. I have a great support system, family, church, work, a great support system, so I have no excuse.
But Mr. Centino, the fact that you are, I think, and I'll have you put the facts on the record. I think we were just here in December, and has there been a violation since then? Not since December?
And he actually had his tether removed the last court hearing because of his good progress, which was over 60 days of sobriety.
All right, Miss Cleveland, let me have you go on and report out for me.
Your Honor, I'm not sure if it is on the record, this case number.
Oh, I did not? My apologies. I have Z8082541. All right, Ms. Cleveland.
Your Honor, Mr. Centeno, he admits that he had consumption. He had a positive screening just recently. And he did indicate to me that he had some family concerns for his out-of-country family. There was some event that happened there, and he said that he made a poor choice to consume. He is apologetic. We did discuss about the tether that was removed, and my belief is that maybe it was too soon for the tether to be removed. Maybe he needed a little more support from that, because when he was on the tether, he constantly referenced how that was helpful to him, and it kept him, I know he can't be on there forever, but it kept him from picking up and making bad choices. So I'm going to recommend, Your Honor, that he be placed back on the tether until he gets more stable. He is compliant with his treatment protocol based on his assessment. However, I would like to reach out to his treatment provider to ask them to reassess him again, to make sure that his plan is giving him the appropriate support that he needs in that area as well.
All right, let me hear from who went in. No one talked with Mr. Centeno, and that's fine. Mr. Reed, you heard the report from Ms. Cleveland. Is there anything you'd like to add? You heard her recommendation that he goes back on the alcohol tether effective immediately. I need that done today.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then that she reach out and let's have him reassess and maybe make some therapeutic adjustments. That's the recommendation.
Yes, Judge, thank you. And I would concur with that recommendation. And I want to congratulate Mr. Centino on your honesty and admitting your use, that you do recognize that there is a problem. And I commend you for that. We're here to help you, not to hurt you. And by being honest with us, we can help you. Thank you for that. Judge, I would concur with the recommendation of Ms. Cleveland. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Centeno, that's what's going to happen today. You're going to go back on the alcohol tether, and Ms. Cleveland is going to reach out to the agency that's providing services to you, and they will reassess you and hopefully come up with a plan. We'll get a revised treatment plan as to what you need to do. What I want to know from you, Mr. Centeno, do I still have your commitment to work the program? All right, thank you for being honest. I prefer to help you than to punish you. The only time I'm really gonna punish, or most of the time I'm really gonna punish, is when you're not truthful with me, because then I can't help you. I can't help you. So now, the reassessment that's going to be done, it should still also include a reassessment for inpatient treatment. I'm not saying that he needs it, but because I'm not the professional, but I need them to determine whether or not he needs to be taken out of the environment in order to get him stabilized so that he can strictly work and focus in on himself.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll look at that. So today you'll be with me until Mr. Joel can come and place the alcohol tether on. And then I'm gonna see you back. I wanna see you back in maybe, what, a week or two? Miss, which one?
Your Honor, I had asked if you could come back on March 18th, 2022 at 9:35 a.m. If he is not assessed to be inpatient, he would be working, and that's his break time
Okay.
to attend court via Zoom. But I will ask for 2 weeks because he is phase 1.
Okay.
He was making very good progress.
Yes, it's a bump in the road, but we're gonna correct it and get back on track. And I need you to be really open and honest with your therapist, okay? I need you to be really, whether you're open and honest with me, listen, they are the professionals. Be open and honest with them so that they can help you. Because if you don't do your part, that's what will take you to the Wayne County Jail. You've got to do your part, okay? All right, thank you, sir. Good to see you today. You're gonna be with me for a minute. All right.
And I'm gonna go call Joel.
Oh, yes, please, because it's already after 1 o'clock. And so we want to make sure. And then I need to just make a quick call. We'll make about 1:45. Okay. Got to make sure keep an open mind, because this is the other thing that you read in the email sent you. It says we try to put you in your community. You may have to do it when you're 60 something, but that's a drop in the bucket. If they after that, they can put you in your community. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but you know what? Sometimes you gotta do what you've never done to get what you've never had. I know, it's not, I'm not asking you to. Yeah, I understand. But we took care of that today. Let's see what happens. So I don't want you to go in there defeated. Yeah, I don't want you to go in defeated. Okay? And I'm just saying, if it's No, and I think that's a good thing. Sometimes we have to set out what is our goal, because if they say, okay, you have to do 30 here, you know, in this, but then we relocate you, if you pass that, we relocate you to your community, you don't really have to open that opportunity. Right, so let's just, it's gonna all of them, just go, make sure you come, when you go, okay? I'm back on the road, okay, all right, love you, God bless you. All right, let's do it. Miss Jasmine, do you have anything for me? Miss Williams, and then we are ready on Mr. Rice, Miss Robs. I love it. All right, yes, ma'am, what do you have? I just released the assistant. The
that she was seen by the psychiatrist and authorized routine, but has not been seen recently at the time she was taking medication over that baseline. She was taking it to she was on track. So then Susan O'Brien from jail just wrote me back and said she was evaluated by the jail's clinician and psychiatrist, but she is not sure she has been seen by she's had her state evaluation. She said security does not communicate that to me at the state review.
We need to bring that to Mr. Wade's attention, because we need to bridge that gap. And so she needs to go back, get Ms. Rogers, we need to ask for an order for a psych evaluation. She finished with mental conditions. Yes, you did. She's there. Yeah. Yeah, and we need something to say that it is, and to tell us what is the course of treatment.
But she was originally, so I don't know.
She's gonna have to go back and can we resolve that before? I'm bringing it back. I had it down for one day, but tomorrow I'd like to change it. Talk to Mr. Wade about this disconnect that they're having. And then I don't know. I know she was. So why don't she get a side? And she should be one that they're looking for governorship for, right? She was on governorship. So this is your client, and Jordan kind of took over when you were gone.
No, Jordan, so we be having our own little task. Jordan communicates about like he kind of got the relationship with him, and he involved what I was.
Okay.
So I'm looking back through the email. That was the update with the key, but he was involved about whoever he's right.
Okay, can you check with Jordan to see?
That's why I was on the phone. He said he never got a vaccine. That was the only update he got. They sent this like email like this with updates for all jail people. And that was it. He never got documentation or anything. And so Ryan, that's what she just said, that they were seen by the jail clinicians.
I need to find out. Let's get her evaluated and reach out to Bradley Baskin for the guardianship case.
And if I'm not mistaken, if I'm because he wasn't, Ms. Baskin, wasn't that what she was trying to find?
I thought so. I all those cases running down. But remember, they didn't have the psychiatrist in-house, so we had a real last in evaluation, but now they have one. And let's see if we can get a rush on, so we can get her proper place.
She's so messy.
She's so.
She said she don't need impatient. She said she just needs a shelter. She's
no, she's going back to the jail. I put it down for Monday. I told the AG's office Monday, but I probably should push it out. Let me see. I should push it out to Monday the 7th. I should probably push it out. Let's do the 16th. Let's do the 16th. So, Mr. Lewis, can you prepare the appropriate mint for me for a return to court date for Ms. Williams? It has to have all of the cases on it for March 16th, 2022 at 8:35 a.m. Okay,
March when?
March 16th at 8:35 a.m. That's what we'll do. But I need to
So
close.
you changed it to the 7th.
Yes, I need to close that gap, and we need to get that gap closed before 16. Because in a minute, she will have been sitting in jail for 6 months. Yeah. And we'll get blasted on that. Yeah, so, all right, very good.
I'm in line.
Yes. Come on. Ms. Rob said she got one case left. Come on. Okay, so Mr. Reed, Mr. Fikes, I need you all to hear this. For Mr. Centeno, the house arrest folks they're inundated with devices, installing devices today. And so instead of sending Mr. Centeno to jail overnight and then they come tomorrow, I am going to trust Mr. Centeno to leave this court and go directly to house arrest to get his alcohol tether. Your failure to do that will result in you going to the Wayne County Jail. I know you won't fail to do it because you want the help. You've already said it. So I need you to go from here, no stopping, no visiting, no nothing. And then you're gonna go to house arrest. And then we already have his return to court date, right? Yes. All right, so we're in great shape.
Judge,
thank you, Mr. Centeno.
Judge, who's paying for the tether? Who's this expense?
It's gonna be his.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
He's working, yes.
Okay.
And he has his money. He came prepared. He has his.
Yes, he's
Okay.
gonna pay it. Oh, yes. All right. Miss Rogers, I'm gonna call Miss Williams. We've been back and forth quite a bit. The AG's office is still on. The attorney is still on. And so I'm gonna call it. I've called it a couple of times, but Miss Jasmine is here and she'll be able to provide an update. Officer, I'm just gonna have her, because she has a right to be able to hear what's going on. If she could just stand right here at the door, okay?
Open or just have her say-
She can, it has to be open so she can hear. All right. I have the following matters for Sherry-Ann Williams. I have case number U509-45919, case number U602-27121, case number 210-455-7301, case number 212-09-8411. All right. Ms. Rogers, place your appearance on the record because you haven't been on the record with us.
Yes, yes, good afternoon. Sydney Rogers for the City of Detroit, P82072.
All right, thank you. And then Mr. Reed, Mr. Fikens, I'm gonna have Ms. Taylor update you on the information that we found out, just so the record is clear. Ms. Rogers, Ms. Taylor has tried to work with Ms. Williams this morning to get her assessed. Ms. Williams did get on the 1-800 number and refused mental health services as well as substance use services, indicating that all she needs is a shelter. And so I indicated to her that she was refusing the assessment altogether initially. And so I indicated to her that she would either be assessed or she would go to the Wayne County Jail. We have not been able to complete that assessment today due to the availability of assessors. Now, we started this morning, but because she was refusing, now the availability of assessors is just not, it's not there right now. And so I also asked Ms. Taylor to find out if a psychiatric evaluation had been performed at the jail with respect to Ms. Williams. And I have been informed that no psychiatric evaluation has been performed, that maybe she met with the psychiatric professionals at the jail. I know there was a lapse in time for those evaluations because they did not have a psychiatrist in-house. And since then, I guess within the last week or so, they do have a psychiatrist in-house. And so what I'm proposing, Ms. Rogers, and for the attorneys, is that we send her back to the Wayne County Jail because I'm not releasing her to the streets today. And that she get the psychiatric evaluation, that you all get me the appropriate order or contact the appropriate parties, because it's my understanding that they will do a quasi rush for us for specialty court, and that we get her assessed so that we can get her to the appropriate sources. And then also that I asked Ms. Taylor to connect with Attorney Bradley Baskin with respect to the guardianship piece of it, because what we don't want is for Ms. Williams to return to the streets. Okay? Anybody have something different?
No, Judge.
No, Judge.
Judge, thank
Ms.
you very much.
Rogers?
Thank you very much for that summary of what's going on. I know it's been a long day. I did have a question regarding, I don't believe she's entered a plea yet. Are we going to wait to enter the plea until Monday or till she gets the guardianship, or when will that be entered?
Well, she's been found competent, is my understanding.
That's
and
correct.
So Mr. Reed or Mr. Fikens can talk with her today, and she can enter her plea if that's what she's choosing to do.
Okay, that would be great.
How would you like to proceed? Would you like, but I'm not bringing her back until the 16th.
Okay.
Yes, Judge, I don't know what the nature of her charges are, so I don't know if they're matters that we can handle or matters that have to be handled by the defender's office. I'm just unaware, so
But these are trespassing charges, so they're probably state charges.
Judge, I don't have the file, of course. I believe they're EWAPs. Are
Yes.
they U-tickets?
No, well, 2 of them are. And then, yes, 2 of them are and 2 of them are not.
Okay.
So are those the cities?
The city, the U-ticket ones are mine, and those will be as charged, both of them, based on her criminal history.
All right, and then the remaining 2 matters?
I don't believe those are city tickets.
We do
Okay.
have a couple of the gaming trespassing cases. The state does.
Okay, do you have any of the cases that I read into the record, Ms. Peterson?
I am not sure of the case numbers. I just know that we have a few of the trespassing cases.
Okay, so I have the following that are not U-tickets. I have 210-455-7301, and I also have 212-098-411.
If you give me just a moment, I can check and just make sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's check. And if we can get that work through today, that would be great. If we can't, we'll have to do it when we come back on Wednesday, the 16th.
Like Judge, one of those is a city ticket.
Oh, Ms. Walker said 1 is a city ticket.
The one ending in 411, the Register of Actions is showing an ordinance number. The one ending in 301 is showing the state statute, which it's 750-552.
All right.
And Ms. Walker, are any of those tickets that you can see? Ms. Walker, if I might.
Thank you, officer. You're doing the right thing.
I don't have the actual tickets. I just have the Register of Actions, Mr. Fikens.
No, okay, I just wanted to know, we just have to make sure it's not under the jurisdiction of the defender's office for us to use.
I don't believe it is. I don't believe it is, but the state. Mr. Fikens, do you know how we can verify whether or not it should be the defender's office?
Mr. Reed can assist on that, I believe, but I think it is, I believe if they're misdemeanor matters, the trouble is I don't even know what she's being charged with. I guess trespassing.
It says trespassing on mine, but I'm just looking at a docket.
Yeah.
The EWAPs aren't a problem, but the trespassing, if they're MCLA, may require the defender's office.
I'm just not sure.
Not the U tickets, but the.
if the state's in a position to dismiss those matters, then we might not have to worry about that, but then we can just deal with EWAPs, but if they're,
With the plea on the city, would the state dismiss theirs?
Can somebody find out if the state would be willing to dismiss with a plea on the cities?
I don't think at this time we'd be willing to dismiss it. I would have to double check this with AAG Robin Liddell as well. But I know that we are handling the matter that is ending in 7301.
Oh, okay, very good. And so what may have to happen, you'll have to talk with Ms. Liddell, because what may have to happen is the plea goes to the state's matter, which would involve the defender's office. Is that correct, Mr. Reed?
Yes, Judge.
So then the city would entertain whatever they wanted to entertain. So it sounds like we're not going to get that worked out today.
I think we should wait a little bit, Judge, just to make sure, because I don't want to do an inappropriate plea.
Yes, I agree with you. I agree. All right, well, I have ordered the psych evaluation. I'm bringing her back. I'm moving the date because between Ms. Rogers, Ms. Taylor, and the Wayne County Jail, I need her to be evaluated, as well as I need the status with respect to the request for guardianship. And then we will go from there, and we'll just, hopefully, I'll get those updates next week during our staffing for mental health court. And then I'll bring her back on the 16th so that we don't keep utilizing the jail's resources. Okay? Meaning to bring her back and forth.
Great, thank you, Judge.
Okay, does that work for everybody?
Thank you.
Yes, Judge.
Yes,
All
that
right,
works.
thank you all. Thank you for your patience today too. All right, so that'll be March 16th at 8:35. All right, very good. We have one last matter that we need to handle, and that is Mr. Rice. Ms. Taylor, thank you so much. I appreciate you taking care of this. We need to just get some updates before that next court hearing. And then if I could get that MIT so I can sign it so they can get her moving to where she needs to go. All right, we're going to Mr. Rice. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm floored to see Mr. Rice. I don't have a file because Mr. Rice is not even on my docket today. He's not. He's not. Give me a second. I just need to grab something to write on, because Mr. Rice is not on my docket today. So I don't have a file for him because he's not on my docket today. And he was here just last week. Was it last week? On Friday, after he had been missing in action for some time, and this court decided that I would work with him and get him back on track. So I'm really confused as to why Mr. Rice is now here, not even a week later or a week later. And so now that I have a sheet of paper to write on, because I don't have a file because he's not on my docket. I'm ready. You'll have to place his case number on the record, and Mr. Lewis, he'll have to be added to my docket. You may proceed.
Case number Z.
Uh-oh, y'all too close. Let me have you share. Yes, okay. And then speak as loud as you can in that mic.
Yes, Your Honor, can you hear me?
Yes.
Case number Z8066581.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rice, state your name for me. Mr. Rice, why are you in? Oh, I'm sorry, for the people. Oh, and y'all had a prosecutor here.
Shannon Walker, P53794, on behalf of the people.
Oh, okay, I missed that. That went right over my head. Okay. All right, who spoke with Mr. Rice?
I did, Judge.
All right, wonderful. I'm gonna start with Ms. Ross. I saw you standing there. I just didn't, for Mr. Rice. All right, go ahead. Ms. Ross, tell me why we're here, because I'm lost.
Yes, Your Honor. On yesterday, Your Honor, I received a report from house arrest. Mr. Joe sent a report that stated Mr. Rice was positive he blew a positive PBT on Monday. He stated, Your Honor, that in the email that I received from Mr. Joe, stated that when Mr. Rice went to the facility to get the device, he stated to one of the workers that he had drank the day before. So when
Wait a minute, wasn't it the day before he was in court with me?
he went on Monday, Your Honor. I apologize. He went Monday, but he went Sunday to get the device. And Saturday he had drank. He left court on Friday, which was the 25th, and failed to test.
And did not tell him to test. That's where I'm going with this.
Yes,
He was
Your
here on Friday after being, 1 second. He was here on Friday after being missing in action for weeks, not testing. He stood right here and said he hadn't been using. Is that correct? Is my memory correct? Because I don't have my file because he's not on my docket today. And he said he hadn't been using. I said, okay, I need you to go test today. I didn't send him to jail, even though people that have scammed, people that don't, they fall off, they go to jail so I can get them together and get them back on track. I gave Mr. Rice the benefit of the doubt. And I said, I'm gonna let you go in on your own and test on Friday. Are you telling me Mr. Rice didn't test?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
And are you also telling me that he showed up to the place to test and was positive for drinking?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, continue.
So he informed the lady there that he had drank, and they stated this specifically in the email, that he had drank. When I called and asked Mr. Rice about the incident, Your Honor, Mr. Rice stated that he was joking. He made a joke that he had tested, that he had been drinking. However, I also received the screenings from Friday that were pending in the queue for his results at James.
Wait, what were those test dates at Jams that were pending in the queue? Because I remember you said you were waiting on some results when we met last week, Friday.
Yes.
Tell me what those dates are. I don't have my file because Mr. Rice was not on my docket today.
Yes, sure.
Okay, go ahead.
The dates were February 23rd, 2022. He was positive for THC and alcohol. For February 23rd, they called him back to back. February 22nd, he was also positive for alcohol and THC. After that, Your Honor, we have no results because Mr. Rice did not test.
He didn't test on that Friday.
He did not test on that Friday.
All right.
His color was false.
Oh, yes, okay.
Well, his number, I apologize, I switched from colors to numbers.
Okay.
So then, Your Honor, they stated they had another no-show, which was for February 25th, where he did not show for testing at James. And the thing with that, Your Honor, is that I called and made arrangements for testing because Mr. Rice stated he had got a new job, which we put on the record on Friday, and that he was having a rough time financially. So the court assisted him also in paying for his test that he failed to show for.
All right. Who wants to address the court next? I think Mr. Rice had his hand up. I don't know, Mr. Ficus, if you want your client to speak at this time.
Not at this time, Judge. I'd like to present his case on his behalf. I think
Yes, sir.
primarily, Your Honor, he told me straight away that he had been drinking. He had been using marijuana. I don't know whether those two issues of mistests before and positive tests are all the same problem. I tend to think they are, even though maybe Mr. Rice thinks they're not. But what I see, and that's why I wanted him to call me last week, is because I just saw a pattern that wasn't looking good to me. And there's a lot I like about Mr. Rice. But he was honest with me and direct with me about his use, his consumption. He's apologized to me. I told him, well, you better apologize to yourself first, and also this court, because those are the people that matter. But mostly you matter, Mr. Rice. You have to take account for what you've done. And if this is, I was concerned about him, Judge. Last week I was, and that's why I gave Miss Robbs my phone number. I talked to him a little bit about it. He tells me of a medical issue that he has, which he has not disclosed to Miss Robbs. I told him he needs to do that. I think that caused a little depression in him. I can understand that, although I told him no matter what the problem is, you got to tell people. You're in a court of law, and you got to tell people. And it doesn't have to be disclosed on the record here, but you need to trust your caseworker that you're going to be honest, and you got to trust that she'll do that which is necessary to protect that. So you don't have to go it alone, was my point, because I think he's wrapped his problem into he's there alone without help, and he certainly has the help. He has the help of all of us. And if there's something that's indiscreet that you don't want to talk about, you can talk about it with anybody. You talk about it with me, and now we did talk about it today, and but there's no question that he was drinking and using marijuana, and he said that he's fallen off. He showed me proper remorse, although his conduct has been consistent for the past couple of weeks. Whether or not he used way back when he was missing, that cell phone loss thing means nothing to me. What it means is there's a problem, and then it's hopefully apexed at this point where he drank, he smoked some weed, and he got caught with it. With the sober link and with the testing and everything else, he was bound to get caught, and he did. He wants to certainly apologize to this court for his conduct. It's not like the Mara Rice that I know, but it is the Mara Rice that happened. And so, Judge, I know he started a new job. I don't think that's a component to this. I don't. I think it's other things, but he's got to take this very seriously, and he's got to take it right, and he's got to do the right things. I'll get to recommendations maybe later. I'd certainly, because of his new job, I'd like to see whether or not he can prove to all once he has a forthright conversation with Miss Robbs, and once he understands that we are to be trusted and that he doesn't have to go things alone. I know this court has been patient with him in the past, but he certainly knows that he's fallen off. He has fallen down. He looks for an opportunity to get up. He knows that the consequences are serious, Your Honor. So we stand humbly before this court, but I need this court to know before my client speaks that in the conversation we had, he understands that he did fall off. I don't think he's prepared to make any excuses. I hope he does not make any excuses, because there's no excuse for it. There's no way to talk about it or work your way around it except to say, as he told me, I fell down. I wanted to tell people that, and that's where we stand, Judge.
All right. Thank you, Ms. I'm going to hear from the prosecuting attorney, and then Mr. Rice, I will give you an opportunity to address the court. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Parker.
Judge, I'm concerned. This is the first I'm hearing about Mr. Rice. And Mr. Rice, what I've stood here and heard are not good things. You went to inpatient treatment, but then you disappeared. You came in, you made representations to the court. You didn't go test. You have started drinking again. You're doing marijuana again. And problematically, well, Mr. Fikens tells us today that you were honest with him. You told Ms. Robbs this morning that your positive alcohol tests were from you drinking NyQuil.
Oh,
which was obviously, I'm not done talking. So the problem I have with you, Mr. Rice, is you can't pick and choose with this court and with this team when you're going to tell the truth. There is absolutely no way that we can help you when you tell Ms. Robbs one thing, you tell Mr. Fikens another thing, you tell the judge something else, and I'm standing here listening to it all going, what do I want to recommend to the judge to do with Mr. Rice? And what I've heard so far, you need help, Mr. Rice, plain and simple, you need help. I've watched all morning the sweat that is poured out of your head and down your face all morning. And whether that is a result of a medical condition or a problem with your sobriety, I'm not clear. But what is clear is you need help. The question is, do you need me to say you need to go to jail before you admit you need that help and you step forth and you get that help and you're honest with everybody in this program? That's what I'm struggling with. So Judge, I'd ask this court to allow Mr. Rice to speak and then let me make my recommendation, because I've heard from everybody so far but Mr. Rice. And Mr. Rice, right now, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not convinced I'm even gonna get the truth, but I'm asking the judge to let me hear what you have to say.
Okay, I'll let you speak, Mr. Rice. Thank you.
My name is Mario Rice. I'm Judge McCall. I really do apologize for falling off. Between sweating is, I'm very nervous.
Understand.
And it is kind of warm here, so I apologize for sweating. But I fell off just medical problems. I've been going through this surgery, supposed to have my surgery for a while. I started drinking back. I know I wasn't supposed to. I found out I might not ever get this colostomy bag off, and I did proceed in the wrong way of handling the situation. And I took myself to a bottle. I had to leave. And just to be honest, I did have some NyQuil too, because I was coming down with something from working in and out the house. It's cold, I was sweating, and I didn't want to catch a cold and miss any days at work. So I did. I did have some NyQuil cap of the night. And I apologize to the court for not standing up to be the person that I said I was to fulfill the dreams that I know I should have. I don't feel like I'm a bad person to go back to jail. I think I can handle this. I just have this happen. I fell off. And I know I'm a strong man to make it up. I can stand back up on my 2 feet. I can. I know I can.
Mr. Rice, I understand all that you're saying, and I appreciate you saying that today. You were before me on February, is that the 25th, right?
Yes.
You were before me on February 25th. Everything that you just said, I asked questions that would have solicited those responses, whether you gave them to me on the record or you communicated them through Ms. Robs. I asked you, first of all, have you been using? You've been missing in action for what, 3 weeks? No testing, no nothing. Had you been using? Oh, no, Judge. Mr. Rice, is there anything that you need the court to help you with? Oh, no, I got this. The reason I was missing is because I lost my cell phone and all of that. At no time did you come in here and say anything about a medical condition, which you did not have to disclose to me or disclose on the record, but you've got a case manager that I know has been keeping up with you, especially in light of Ms. Robs was the one advocating for me not to send you to jail when you have been missing 3 weeks, because Ms. Robs know anybody walk away from the program 3 weeks, you going to jail. She was advocating for you before you even showed up in this courthouse. I said, he's in warrant status. I don't really want to talk about him. Ms. Robs was still getting on the phone trying to talk to me and email me about Mr. Rice. So I said, bring him in, Ms. Robs, since you won't stop bothering me. Come on, bring him in and let's help him. I should have and could have sent you to jail that day. That's not what I did. I took your word. I had some unfortunate things happen as far as a cell phone. And even though it was a shaky story, Ms. Robs was holding a torch for you. I said, okay, I didn't call for the prosecutor. Let's go ahead and work with him. You sat right here. You stood right where you are today. You looked me in my face and you lied. I have said to you consistently, to everyone in this program, over and over again, I can help you when you fall off. That's what we're here for. We cannot have an expectation of people coming through these doors saying, I need help with substance use, and then say, the first time you use, you got to go to jail. No, it doesn't work that way. That's why you're here, for us to help you. But I also say to you all, and I say this over and over again, what I cannot help you with I can't help you with your ability to tell the truth. I can't. I can't force you to tell me the truth. I can't force you. All I can do is tell you, look, if you're honest with me today, this is what's gonna happen. I'm gonna do treatment and not jail. That's, okay, somebody loud. All right. And so treatment, not jail. That's what I do. But you stood right here on Friday, and here it is. It's not even Friday again. And you are back in here. And now it shows that you weren't being honest. The falling off, we're gonna deal with that. We're gonna get you therapeutic help for that. I'm talking about your dishonesty. You stood before me on the 25th, knowing that on the 23rd and the 22nd and 23rd, that you were gonna test positive, and you knew that you had tested positive. And on the 25th, when I ordered you to go to testing, you knew you were gonna test positive, and so you didn't go. Sir, you are not going home today, not from this court.
Judge,
Yes.
Honestly, I did not, when I stood there, that Monday, I went to pick up the blowing.
I told you to test on Friday. That's what I told you.
I didn't, honestly.
At my expense, I believe now my memory is coming back, because you know I don't have it filed today.
Yes, you're right.
At my expense, I said the court will pay for the testing, because you said you had just started a job, and so I didn't want to put you in a bind. And so I sent you for testing, and I said, we're gonna pay for it. I took away all of the excuses. We're gonna pay.
I have no excuse. I know what I did was wrong. I'm not trying to overcome or tell you anything that's wrong that I know I did wrong. And I know that I did go Wednesday and Thursday to drop. When I came in Friday, they gave me the paper and said, go down Monday.
I told you to test Friday. You were picking up a device on Monday. Is that correct?
Yes, you're right.
Because I didn't want to hold him in jail over the weekend for them to get him his device, to connect him with his device. I'm letting you see, I pulled out every rabbit out of every hat on Friday. And here we are on Thursday.
And I talked for you, I just got the bad information.
No, Mr. Rice, this is what I said to you. Go and test today. You're not going to jail, but you must go and test today, because you have been 3 weeks with no testing. And I need, or you have been a period of time. I shouldn't say the whole 3 weeks, because he had started testing, but we had pending results. The results had not come in. And I said, I don't know where you are, so I need you to test today. That's what I said to you, Mr. Rice. There was nothing to mix that with. There was nothing to mix that with.
I guess I had misunderstood.
I don't know how you misunderstood, because here's the other thing I ask everybody when they before me. Do you have any questions for the team on today?
No, I said no, ma'am.
I asked that. So if you didn't understand something, you should have asked Mr. Rice. I'm Judge Holmes, sir. We're in the courtroom. I'm Miss Holmes out on Bobian. I'm Judge Holmes in this courtroom, okay?
I misheard you. I know I had to, because I would have wanted to testify. I'll test every time I call in. I call the number, they give me, I got a code. I have called it every day since.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rice. I'll hear from the prosecutor. What's your recommendation?
Judge, all I'm hearing from Mr. Rice is further excuses. As the court told Mr. Rice, I wasn't here last time. And if I'm here, Mr. Rice, that is not good for you. Seeing me here, as much as I want to help you, it's never good for you, because it means you've done something wrong. Mr. Rice, if I heard more than excuses, I think I would be more sympathetic. I understand when things hit us, when bad things happen in our lives, we want to go to something that gives us comfort. And you said you went to the bottle for comfort, but that's somewhere you can't go. You can't go to the bottle for comfort. You can't go smoke something for comfort. And unfortunately, you've done inpatient treatment, and I'm sad that you don't know that at this point. Mr. Rice, if you did, you wouldn't have done it. So I'm left with no options. I know the judge says you're not going home. You know, my gut punch says, send Mr. Rice to jail for 30 days. Maybe then he'll understand, but I'm not asking for that. When I'm going to ask this court, I understand you started a new job. I really don't want you to lose that. I'm asking the court to put you in jail over the weekend, bring him back dressed out Monday so that maybe you won't lose your job if we only make you miss one day at work.
And Judge, if I might be heard,
Yes.
thank you, Your Honor. Certainly, I understand the prosecutor's point of view on this. I would ask a couple of things and make this recommendation of the court, for the court. He certainly has to realize the seriousness of what he has done. I think he's realizing that, coming to terms with it, not completely, but I think Mr. Rice has that quality to process the information and make something better of it. I would ask, Judge, that any jail time would be put in abeyance. I think he should be reassessed to determine whether or not there's a greater need than what he understands the need to be. I did hear in my conversations with him what I consider to be true remorse, not only for getting caught, I think for the whole situation that he found himself in as he was trying to duck and dodge and hoping for some better outcome, even though there was going to be no other outcome but this. So, Judge, I would ask that he be reassessed and that the court would consider that any time, certainly he can spend the day here with this court. I'd like to try to keep his job if that's possible. I know he does. I don't want to, he's created other problems for himself, and I think he's realizing that because his conduct could result in his loss of work. I'd like to avoid that if possible, Judge. I certainly want him to be reassessed to see if there's something that has been missed along the way, something we can help him with, and encourage him to be honest as can be with himself and with this court. Thank you, Judge.
And so here's the issue. Mr. Rice is not in a place of being truthful. So even if I say, let's reassess him today, he has still not come to grips with being honest. Therapeutic adjustment cannot fix dishonesty. It just can't. He's got a positive test on the 22nd, the 23rd. He missed on the 25th. He went on Monday. What's Monday? Monday was the 28th. He blew positive on the 28th. And do we have some results from the first and the second?
No, Your Honor, we don't have results from the first and second just yet. I don't have those.
Okay. So see, dishonesty is not going to help with an assessment. That where he is right now, Mr. Fikens, and I agree. And let me be clear, this court's position is always treatment over jail. Treatment over jail. Treatment over jail. But when I'm dealing with a person that is not honest about what's going on, then I have no choice but to send him to jail and then try to do the treatment. And that's where I am with Mr. Rice today. I saw some other team members join in. Let me hear from you.
Your Honor, if I'm gonna make my recommendation.
Give me 1 second.
Yes, Your Honor.
I need to make sure there's not a emergency at my home. My alarm just went off, but I think it's a child trying to go in without telling me you was coming to my house. Give me 1 second. Yes, is everything okay? Is everything okay? You just what? Okay, how did that, what happened? Okay, I'll call you back. Let me finish. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Let me put my code in, y'all. I'm sorry. I should let the police come, but I won't do it. All right, I'm sorry. Your recommendation, Ms. Rives?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I will be honest with you. Mr. Rice, just a little bit of, just more detail, because Mr. Rice, I'm so glad you stated about his dishonesty, Your Honor. Mr. Rice has been completely dishonest with me just this entire time. And it interferes with my ability to be able to help him and to provide the resources that he needs. Mr. Rice, all this morning, continued to lie and lie and lie and be dishonest, even after I had the documents in my hand. So he has not come to terms with what's going on. A couple things with it, when it comes to his job knows that he has a court case. He uses his boss phone, so they know what's going on with him as far as even his results. So he's not going to lose his job if he goes to jail. The second thing is that his fiance drinks. He stated that she drinks. That's the issue, problematic, in terms of the environment. The other thing is, Your Honor, is that Mr. Rice has been drinking, and he discussed the medical. That medical, he has not followed up with. So and it could lead to his detriment if he continues to drink. I don't think that he really understands the severity of this. Your Honor, my recommendation, honestly, is 10 days in jail for him to literally, 1, medically detox, 2, to get the medical attention that he needs, and for Mr. Rice to really understand that this is not a joke. Then I would make the recommendation, Your Honor, upon release, that he gets back on the 1-800 line and he goes to inpatient, because I don't have the ability to properly supervise him when he doesn't have a phone. I can't even put him on global supervision for me to monitor his whereabouts. So the other thing, I'm speaking, Mr. Rice. The other thing.
Put your hand down. She's speaking.
The other thing, Your Honor, is that, his failure to follow up on his own, which lets me know that he needs to be in a facility where it's structured and they can assist me with the supervision, because we asked him to go to outpatient before. Mr. Rice failed to follow up with outpatient. And then when I sat here on Friday, got him on the 1-800 line, he made an excuse, Your Honor, with regard to the facility, that he was going to change his facility, knowing that he needed to go on the 1-800 line to do so. So he's doing things, there's this level of manipulation and criminal thinking that needs to be addressed, and it won't be addressed until Mr. Rice really, really, really is honest with himself. And he's not, if he can't be honest with himself, he won't be honest with us. So, Your Honor, my recommendation is 10 days jail, and upon release, getting back on the 1-800 line, and for inpatient to address his substance use and criminal thinking.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Judge, may I address the court, please?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I've heard all the recommendations, Judge, and I tend to agree with all of them, but I want to make my own recommendation. I think that Mr. Mario, I believe he needs help, and I want to see him get into treatment. I would recommend that overnight stay in jail and bring back tomorrow, and then he be reassessed. And I think he needs inpatient treatment, and I'm recommending inpatient treatment for him, but I'm not recommending a lengthy stay in jail, because I don't think he's going to get any help in jail. So my recommendation would be 1 night, go to the county jail today, come back tomorrow, and then we look toward inpatient treatment. Thank you, Judge.
And Mr. Reed, my question again, and I'm going to let other staff members, the members of the team chime in, is that if I send him to jail one day, he gets on to be assessed and he's not honest, we're back at square one. See, the dishonesty, I'm not sending him to jail for drinking. That's not what I'm sending him to jail for. I sent you to treatment for that. He's going to jail for not being honest. Let me hear from the other team members.
Your Honor, if I could.
Yes.
This case lacks the simplicity that it should have. Attorney Fikens, he basically laid out a smooth path on a gravel road for Mr. Rice, and he still refused to take it, which is incredible. And I think the biggest thing is that it seems like the case manager is the last person to get the truth, and we're the person that have the most contact with the defendant. And Mr. Rice is still not there with the truth. I don't have a term or recommendation right at this time, but that is just a gigantic concern, and it is incredibly difficult to help a lie. We're not here to help a lie. And I think that's enough for me.
And Judge, I'd just like to add, I did listen to this case on Friday, and I saw Mr. Rice sit there and tell you that he just had a glass of wine. He said, I had a glass of wine with my girlfriend, and that was it. I hadn't had anything else. So I remember listening to this case. So me and Mr. Yancey discussed this. And then when on Monday, when Ms. Robbs got those test results, he had just been placed on that SoberLeak device. So if he had a glass of wine 4 or 5 days ago, or a week ago, or even on Saturday, the numbers that I saw, I looked at the numbers, he was positive for alcohol for a certain amount of time, for hours, that shows you that he used after he left court, that he drank. Even though you told him that he couldn't drink, he drank after he left court for those numbers to be where they were on Monday when he got the SoberLeak. And that just tells me that the problem is much bigger than what it is, because if you know you've been placed on a SoberLeak, why would you even attempt to, to drink? So, so I
You can't
just
help
think,
yourself, that's why.
and I think, while he was in treatment, he was making progress, but I think he has completely, fell off. And, we're not here just to punish people, but like you said, it's the lies. If you continue to lie, we can't help you. But if he can't be honest with himself, it's hard to get you to the proper place, with your medical conditions and things like that. All you're doing is hurting yourself. So, I just wanted to add that in. So.
All right. So here's where I am. And I do appreciate the team, because it takes a team effort to figure these things out. And so here's where I am. I've got a recommendation for jail. I've got a recommendation for reassessment and for inpatient treatment. So this is what I'm going to do. While everything in me wants to, and you all have been kind, because my recommendation was to send to jail for 30 days, for 30. So let him sit there and figure it out. But what I'm going to do is, I am going to send it to the Wayne County Jail today. And Ms. Robbs, you can tell me before, or you could, for today, we could try to work it out. It's kind of late, I think, for assessment purposes, or he can come back tomorrow and we will get him on the 1-800 number to get assessed. If Mr. Rice gets on that line and he is not truthful, and he comes back with, because I believe if he's truthful, it's going to come back as inpatient treatment. That's what it's going to come back as. It's all here. The missed test, the positive test, the fact that you have not, sir, put your hand down, I'm speaking. The fact that you fell off for 3 weeks, we didn't see you for 3 weeks, and all of those things, and you have a medical condition that you brought up on the record. I think with all of that, it'll come back as inpatient treatment. And I'll make a decision tomorrow how we proceed with Mr. Rice based on what that assessment says. That's what I'll do. I'm giving him one last shot, Mr. Fikens, to get the help that he needs. If Mr. Rice continues to be dishonest, you're going to be dishonest over at the Wayne County Jail. It won't be in this courtroom, and it won't be in this program. You have to be able to trust us with that information to help you. You saw today, Mr. Rice, you sat through here today through a whole big quagmire for another drug treatment court individual who has been having us basically hammer our heads up against the wall, okay? But she came in today after falling off, and she was honest. And you saw what happened. She went to treatment. I gave you that opportunity Friday. Not today. Today is not your day. Today is Judgment Day. Friday, February 25th was your day to see what happened to that individual happen to you. You've missed that opportunity. So you're going to the Wayne County Jail today. You're gonna get on that 1-800 number with Miss Robs, and depending on what the assessment comes back as, will determine whether he goes back to the Wayne County Jail to continue to serve out his sanction, or whether he goes to treatment. That's how I'm going to do it. And I think that's the fair and right thing to do. Mr. Fikens, I know we want him to keep his job, but here's the reality. If he continues to drink and he continues to smoke and all of those things, he's gonna lose his job anyways. He's gonna lose it anyways. We used to tell people, Mr. Reed, we've gotten away from that. We used to tell people all the time, anything you put before your sobriety, you are going to lose it. I think we need to start saying that again. I think we need to start reminding people of that again, because I think that kind of clicks like, wait a minute. If I put my job before my sobriety, I'm gonna lose it. My friends, I'm gonna lose, you know, some things, some valuable things. And so today you lost. You're going to the Wayne County Jail. And I'll see you in the morning, unless Ms. Robson, you wanna do it in the morning, get a fresh start in the morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's do that, because they had a shortage of assessors today and Miss Jasmine was dealing with that. So the sanction is going to be, actually, I'm writing the sanction down as a 10-day jail sanction. However, I'm going to have him brought back on tomorrow. I will have him dressed. No, I'm not gonna dress him now. He's to return in person to 36th District to be assessed on the 1-800 number. And depending on the assessment, will determine whether or not he spends the next 9 days, additional 9 days at the Wayne County Jail, or if he goes to treatment. That's how we're gonna do it, Mr. Rice. All right, thank you to the parties. Thank you all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Walker, for coming down. Thank you, team, for weighing in. Why is Mr. Curtis popping up on my screen when I'm trying to take a lunch break, but I'm gonna talk to Mr. Curtis? Yes. I don't know. You need to check with the prosecutor. Let me see. No, we're not doing this. I'm not answering that order. I want to get a psychiatric evaluation. So reach out. Miss Walker may be able to help you with that. This is on Sherry-Ann Williams. All right.
She already had competency, didn't she?
Right, she's already had competency. I need a psych eval. That's not the right order. All right. Very good. Team, anything else for my consideration? It's been a long day. And you all are looking defeated. We're not defeated. We have some uppers, we have some downers, but in the end, we still here working to help people. We are. Just some days are gonna be difficult than others, more difficult than others. Mr. Curtis,
Yes.
you are in my screen.
Yes, I just sent you a text.
Oh, okay.
A new recommendation.
Oh. All right, I'm going to follow. I concur with your recommendation, Mr. Williams,
Okay,
Mr. Curtis.
Great, okay.
Okay, great recommendation.
Thank you.
Make sure you send it to the rest of the team, though.
Okay, I will right now. All right.
All right, wonderful. All right, anything else for my consideration, team? That's dealing with a mental health court case. It's not relevant to today's proceedings. Anything else? Y'all quiet. Y'all concerned me with y'all.
No.